Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's time. We are at the. Hold on, I pause it. Okay, we're back. We're back. Welcome, everybody. I've missed you. Hopefully, you've missed me. But now we're here to vibe, to chill. It's gonna be a good day. Sure is. How's everybody doing? It's been a minute. Lots happening, but we're back into the regular swing of things starting today. I'm in it for the long haul, which is why I'm about to take a little allergy thing. Whatever. I tried to cuddle my cat this morning and he just wrecked me. So I've been sneezing all morning. I've been like super congested. He's a sweet cat. I love him dearly, but every once in a while, he's like an assault on the senses. Anyway, how are you guys? Do it. Bro didn't last 5 seconds of the stream without popping pills. You know how I be, you know. Oh, goodness. Need some new games to play? I'll tell you what. My buddy Caleb, he's been trying for years. Okay, maybe like a year. Okay. Like a year. To get me into Warhammer 40K. And I've told him time and time again, I'm like, dude, I'm interested. I'm not opposed to it. But I'm scared of getting hooked. I'm scared of what will happen if I buy into it and if I get really, really into Warhammer. Because I'm never going to have any free time again. Like, it's going to be game over, Red Rover. But then I realized, you know what? We could totally go in and we could totally, like, while I'm doing reactions and stuff. Hold on, this song sucks. While I'm doing reactions and stuff, we could do like painting of them, just like we used to do with the Lego sets. By the way, I have a new Lego set for us to build. It's a pirate ship. I thought it was only appropriate because we've been talking about like Skull and Bones and Black Flag remakes, blah, blah, blah. So yeah. But I finally said, okay, I'll look into it. Caleb, I'll try it. Let's dig in. Let's see what we're dealing with. And it is certainly an expensive hobby. But there is a faction that seems tailor-made for me because you guys know I'm super into like ancient Egypt and all of that. And there's a faction called the Thousand Sons. And the Thousand Sons are like heavily inspired by ancient Egypt. It's like their whole aesthetic. And they're pretty badass. I'm gonna be real with you guys. Like if I go here, look at this. Just look at this. Like these. Look at that. Isn't that cool? Those are pretty cool. So I decided I'm gonna try it. I got the little whatever starter set. I started assembling them last night. I'm gonna try painting them, try doing all that. And it should be relatively interesting. I'm interested to see how it kind of pans out, but my goodness, if this turns into an addiction, I'm screwed. But I mean, come on. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah, the Thousand Sons are a bunch of wizard nerds. You're damn right they are. You're damn right. Yeah, Proto, I can do that. Like, again, Twitch is nice because Twitch has those built-in features and stuff where they have like a built-in calendar, which is nice. YouTube doesn't really have that, at least not yet. So maybe we'll do something on the Discord, or I don't know what the easiest way of doing that would be, but I can try to figure something out. There's a faction called the Tomb Kings you should check out as well. Tomb Kings. Oh yeah, I've seen these guys too. Tomb Kings. Yeah, those are cool. Those are cool. See, this is the danger. You start looking at these things and you're like, oh, maybe I try those. Maybe I try this. And the thing is, like, each of these, I gotta hand it to them. As a businessman, I gotta hand it to them. They have a stranglehold on people who are into this, because just in case you have no idea how Warhammer works, like if you, I got the patrol box, and then I also went and I got like Magnus and Ahriman, and a handful of others. So I'm going all in while starting, which is of course a terrible idea, but that's what we're doing. But what they do is, like, if you want to get into Warhammer, you have to go in and you have to buy what's just like kind of a, like we just referenced, a patrol box. So like, or a patrol group, or however you would phrase it. But it's basically just a small army that you can get started with. But then if you want to keep expanding your army, you can go in and you can pick up like some of these guys, which are a lot more elaborate, and they have all sorts of special abilities. And this is Age of Sigmar, so this is a slightly different thing. But for 40K, I mean, you go in, you can see Angron, $170 for that one statue. And what they've done is, like, if you want to play with these, like in one of their stores or in a tournament they're running, you have to buy their official version. You can't 3D print this. Even though they have 3D printable versions that would serve the purpose, you can't 3D print this guy. You have to buy the official one, which again is like, it's a hunk of plastic, but it's $170 hunk of plastic. Like, they got it down pat. But this is why, like, the whole meme around Warhammer is, the moment you get into it, you go broke. It's just because there's an endless number of new armies to get, new things to buy or control. It's just, it gets pretty crazy pretty quickly. But it's fun. There's a lot there. So, yeah. I got Magnus. I'm gonna save him for very last, because I want to at least know sort of what I'm doing by the time we get there. But my hope would be that, you know, if we're ever doing stuff like that, we're gonna pair it with reactions and stuff. Because for those of you that were here when we built the Lego Titanic, basically how that worked is that I was just building it, and then we would do reactions and things while working on it. So it worked out kind of nicely, because we were killing two birds with one stone, and it was kind of fun. So I think we're gonna do something very, very similar, where I can be working on models or painting right here, and we'll have a separate camera set up for that, and we can be doing reactions at the same time. Should be good. Strider, by the way, thank you for becoming a member. Bad ass. Thank you, my friend. Now that we're back into the regular swing of things, we're also going to be doing members only streams again. I know, I feel really bad, because we basically, Ori was born on June 15th. And then after that, of course, there's like 2-3 weeks where you're just in survival mode. So you're just trying to figure out how to exist with a new little human. And so that's its own struggle. But then after that, you kind of have to settle into everything, figure out how to like make this new schedule work. And then we also had this kind of last minute family trip that we had to take, or got to take, out to the lake, which was super cool. I'm gonna have to use this one. So like it was a good escape. It felt nice to get away and just relax. Don't get me wrong, but it's thrown us for a loop. And so I feel like we've just been running around, but finally now we're going to settle in. We're going to relax. We're going to be doing what we used to do like just a month ago. So it's going to be good. It's going to be very good. I'm excited to be back in the swing of things. No worries. It was a hectic time with the kid and all the showcases. Yeah, it really was. In a lot of ways, it worked out nicely, because while it was hectic and there was a lot going on in the gaming space, it was also pretty, like, we were able to cover it because the baby came so late. And then I was able to, like, kind of go into the slower mode for the new baby and relax a little bit. And then, you know, like pretty much mid-June through July is just dead. There's just barely anything. By the way, today we should be getting an announcement for whether the FTC is going to approve the acquisition of Activision from Microsoft. So we should hear about that at some point, in theory, today. Some people thought it was coming last week. It's pretty common for these things to go over the weekend and for them to really take their time, and they just push it out on a Monday. So we'll see. We'll see. But we, in theory, while we're streaming today, could find out whether or not the FTC lets it through. And my stance is that if the FTC puts it through and gives the go ahead, I think Activision Blizzard goes through with it and basically says to the UK, put up or shut up. Are you going to shut this down? Are you going to refuse to let UK gamers get our games? Do you really want that hot potato? With a young demographic you really need for votes? Really want to do this? Come at me, bro. And I think they'll push it through. I at this point, I don't think that they're worried whatsoever about the UK situation. I think that they're pretty confident if the FTC pushes it through and allows it, that they are just gonna take that as the only real barrier, which is gonna be wild. Yeah, Dylan, I totally agree. Part of it is I think we've been running around so much, and he's tried to be very, very respectful of my time as well with the baby and everything. So he's been trying to stick to the script or the outline, I guess, very, very tight, and that's very, very good when you're running a news show. But I agree, for a podcast, it can be good to be a little more relaxed. A little more relaxed is always good. Let me pull this up. We've got a handful of things to go through today, so let me pull these up. A couple of leaks, a couple of little tidbits about Starfield. Yeah, handful of things to go through. And then we're gonna try some Star Citizen later in the stream, so don't worry, that's gonna be later. But later on, we're gonna tackle that, see what that's like. And where's the AC Mirage video? AC Mirage. Let's do that. What is up, my fellow gamers? Oh, Caleb. That's the one and only Caleb Phipps. He's the one that just convinced me to get into Warhammer. Everybody shame him. Everybody, now. He needs to know what he's done. Yeah, the next one I might check out, though, are the Tomb Kings. Like, these guys are actually kind of cool. Are they still like a viable? Do they sell them? I only see them on like eBay. So are they no longer sold first party? That would suck. Somebody explain to me why Tomb Kings are not in there. I don't know. Anyway. Andre, 9 months. Oh, baby. Thank you so much. Hey, Luke, I would love to hear what upcoming game or games you're more excited for. I would say I'm interested in Starfield the most out of anything on the immediate docket. I say interested, not excited or hyped or anything, because I think that they have a little bit of a ways to go before I'm at the point where I'd say I'm hyped or excited. I'm just very interested. There's the potential for them to do some really cool stuff with that game, but so far I haven't seen anything that looks particularly amazing other than the ship customization, which does objectively, in my mind, which I guess makes it subjective. But as far as I can tell, that ship customization is actually really, really unique and really cool. However, most of the other things that Starfield is doing, I don't find that remarkable. People are losing their minds over it, and I'm like, honestly, nothing I've seen seems that shocking. You know, like most of the stuff that I've seen them announce, other games have done, and it seems that other games have done better. So I'm interested, but we'll see. As for other games, Star Wars Outlaws, I am genuinely intrigued and borderline excited for that based on what they showed. At this point, the only way I think that ends up being really sucky is if they just are being very deceptive, which Ubisoft has done before. So we'll have to wait and see. But that one I'm certainly watching closely. Honestly, Armored Core 6, I'm just going to be real with you guys. I'm going to level with you. It just doesn't seem like a game for me. I just don't think I'm really into mech games. I understand some people love them dearly. I just don't think it's my thing. Just like I'm really into like simulator games or like base building type games. I'm really into that stuff. Other people just don't get it. I think that's just me with these mech games. Because I've watched the gameplay. I watched that Vita Vidya video and saw the breakdown and the early gameplay and all that. And it just doesn't hook me. I look at it, I'm like, there's... So I'll probably try it. But I'm not going to be one of those guys that tries it and then I'm like, it's not for me. Let me make 5 videos about how much I hate it. Like, no, if it's not for me, it's just not for me. That was me with Ghost of Tsushima when it launched. I tried that. I just didn't get it. It didn't click with me. And so I moved on and I just didn't really talk about it. And then when they eventually gave the 60 FPS patch on PS5, I tried it again and it clicked. And all of a sudden I was like, oh my God, I love this. So it might just be a case where I try it, immediately I get it. It might be a case where I try it, don't get it. A year goes by, I try it again, and then it hooks me. I don't know, but I just don't know. I'm a Fallout 76 survivor. Godspeed. I just saved a turtle from the middle of the road. Now I'm taking a shower, though, because ew. Yeah, turtles are kind of gross. I mean, they smell. It's a whole thing. My family had 2 little pet pond turtles, like little bitty things. And they were very sweet turtles. They were very cute, but good God almighty, they smelled terrible. It just smelled like a swamp. Ghost of Tsushima PC port. Yeah, that's easy money. I think they'll bring that eventually. As a simulator fan, which do you prefer, Star Citizen or Elite Dangerous? I like the scope of Star Citizen more. Elite Dangerous, I think, is a more complete package, but they're kind of 2 sides of the same coin at this point. I heard turtles are tasty though. Lol. I've never had turtle. I've never felt the urge to try, but maybe they are. I don't know. I think, what was that? Oh, I was watching Survivor. An old season of Survivor where they caught a turtle and they didn't show anybody preparing the turtle. They didn't show that, but like they caught a big, huge turtle. This thing's probably a century old. Maybe it was a tortoise. I don't know. But they caught that thing and then they showed them eating soup made from the turtle, tortoise, whatever it was. I was like, dude, I don't know if I could do that to a turtle. I understand maybe that's hypocritical because I eat beef and chicken and stuff, but turtles, my mind puts them in a separate category. Same way, like I wouldn't eat a dolphin. I have no interest in eating a dolphin because they're so intelligent. Same with octopus. I don't eat octopus because octopi are so intelligent. I think I looked that up though. Octopus is an English word, so because it's English, the plural is actually octopuses, not octopi, because octopi, but I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of a different word. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, objectively in my mind is a beautiful quote. Yeah, Lucas, it's one of those that came out of my mouth. I was like, that didn't make any damn sense at all. Objectively in my mind, it's spicy, but it's not. You know? So yeah, that doesn't make sense. It's both an odd and even number. Oh man, I think Luke's chip in Starfield will look like a sandwich. I'm gonna have a sandwich one. I'm gonna have one that looks like an ice cream cone. I'll have one that, well, we all know what another one is gonna look like. There's gonna be so many flying rocket penises. I tell you what. Tell you what. Phantom Liberty, yeah, that's another one, but I wouldn't. Are we counting that as a standalone game? I guess you could. They're revamping a lot, so I guess you could, but I don't know if I would count that as a whole game all to its own, you know. Tomb Kings or Warhammer Fantasy, an old game system from a long time ago that has been discontinued. That's why you can't get them. Okay, so it would be kind of a waste to buy into Tomb Kings then. It does look like they are available, or you can get them for Age of Sigmar. Or the Mortek Guard or whatever, but I don't know. It's probably not worth getting into. With Warhammer, the big thing is like each army, if you're going to go all out, you're spending anywhere from $500 to $1,000 on an army, plus paints and time and all that. So you better be really comfortable with getting into that army before you do. And I think that's the tricky bit, is it's just like, you got to know that you're going to be okay with that army before you do that. Let's see. Oh, by the way, how many people are using Threads yet? I've been seeing Threads everywhere, and I signed up for an account because it's just tied to your Instagram, so it doesn't really matter. But I've seen like everybody's like, oh, well, yep, Twitter's dying. Twitter's over. Now that Threads is here. I opened the Threads app. I thought it looked incredibly stupid. I couldn't figure out how to use it. It was very unintuitive. Am I the boomer? The answer is usually yes. I just deleted Twitter. Apps like that suck up so much of my time. Yeah, I deleted it from my personal phone. Yeah, I don't have Twitter on my personal phone anymore. I have it on my work phone to like prep for the show or whatever else we're doing. But yeah, I got rid of it on my personal phone. I just whenever, like, take time to like ask yourself how often, or just like mentally catalog it. Catalog how often you're just scrolling, doing nothing. I found myself doing it a lot on Twitter, and I was like, why am I doing this? Like, stop it. I get nothing from it. And I started to ask myself, I was like, what is a notable thing that I learned or that I can remember even from just mindlessly scrolling Twitter? And I couldn't think of anything. I was like, I think I saw a couple of posts on people like that were pissed off about the Activision deal, and then I saw some posts of people like getting run over by a car, because those videos are all over Twitter now, a bunch of terrible videos like that. And then I was like, honestly, I can't think of a single thing where I'm like, I'm glad that I know that now. And once I got that point in my head, I was like, wait, then why am I doing it? It's just a force of habit. My finger goes in this like layout. I go press this, and then it pulls up Twitter, and then I scroll. That's what I do. My little monkey brain is like, oh, new stuff. Me likey. And so I just deleted the app off my personal phone. And now I have it buried in like 3 folders in my Android so that I can't get to it easily. And I don't find myself scrolling it at all. I've never had that trouble with Instagram because I just don't find looking at people's pictures of them posing very carefully to look like their life is better than it is very satisfying. It just doesn't connect with me. I'm like, okay, you got a sandwich at some restaurant I've never heard of. Congrats, dude. Why would I give a crap? I could not care any less. I do not care. It just drives me crazy. But people will do that all the time, and they're like, oh, or like, this is the funny thing. And I think we've all done this at some point in our social media lives, but like they get, for example, I don't even know, like a big Lego set, right? So they get the Lego set and then they pose with their camera ever so slightly in the background. Hold on, I'm going to try to frame it. Just like this, hold on. Okay. They do this and they're like, oh, feeling cute, might delete later, with the big thing they're trying to show off in the background. So it's like a super passive aggressive way of, I guess, flexing on people. And I just find it so cringe. I find it so cringe. I can't. like my entire set. Exactly. The whole thing is so cringe. It's like, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. What just happened? Am I going crazy? Did the lights just change? Am I going crazy? Yeah, it dipped. Hold on. I just rewound the stream. Huh. I think it was the key light dropped in brightness. Hold on. Let me pull up the little control panel. By the way, everybody, like the stream. Otherwise my mods will spank me. And not in the fun way. So like the stream, please. And thank you. I would greatly appreciate it. Twitter is the best way to get all the sports information quickly. That's what I use it for. Yeah, I used it for like gaming news and stuff. And then like in the last couple of months, it's just been flooded with really, really weird, like random videos of, again, like people getting hit by cars or dying in horrific ways. And like, I don't want to see that. I'm good, you know? What happened to the AC chair? It just moved into another room. I was having like pretty bad back problems and like just my neck was killing me at the end of the day. I had constant headaches sitting in it for long periods of time. And you guys will know if you go back and you watch a bunch of videos, I constantly do like this and I'm constantly adjusting in that chair. I do it sometimes in this just as a force of habit, but for like I thought that was just what you do in a chair, but apparently no, that's just what happens when you have really poor lumbar support for your spine. Is people will kind of slide and then you have to adjust. And so when I found out about that, I was like, oh, so maybe it's my chair that's causing all of this. So I got hooked up with Herman Miller. They hooked me up with an Aeron, I think is how it's pronounced, and this thing's awesome. No more headaches. Like I can sit and work for 6 hours on a video or something and I just don't have headaches anymore. My back doesn't hurt. It's crazy. Hey, Aeron. Yeah. I got that dad back. Yeah, exactly. Oh man. Have I ever played Counter-Strike? I have played it. I am trash, I think is the technical term. Played some Valorant too, stuff like that. Let's see. Have you ever tried an OLED monitor? I bought the LG C2 for my PC setup this week and it makes old games feel like a new experience. Yeah, that ultra wide monitor, the LG one they sent me, that's right here now. It's mounted up above me. But this thing is an OLED ultra wide. I would show you, but I can't really move the camera. Ultra wide OLED. Yeah, I have this one. Share screen. Voila. Come on, go away. No, it's this one. It's not the 49. I have this one and it's an OLED and it's outrageous. Like it's actually a little crazy. It also makes things look just delicious and buttery. 240 hertz. Oh man. They have gray lines. Ooh baby, that's rough. That looks like a bad connector though. That's usually a bad cable. If you have lines like that that are very uniform, that's usually a bad cable. Anyway, but yeah, this monitor is gorgeous. I love it. The only reason I'm not currently using it as my main is because it's ultra wide, so it would make everything really, really cropped if I were to use it. But honestly, after seeing that Star Wars Outlaws, after seeing that, they showcase that in ultra wide, and so the gameplay would just look like this if I were playing on an ultra wide, because this is what the game is playing. So I might go back to it. I don't know. I don't really mind the ultra wide. I greatly prefer playing on an ultra wide. I love playing a game at this crazy aspect ratio because it actually fills out my peripheral view a little bit more. So I love it. My only concern was whether people watching videos cared about it. And if you guys don't care, then why not, you know? I don't know, 200, it's for us, it's on the lower end. We usually ease into like a 400 to 500 number over the course of an hour or so. It kind of slowly builds. And I've also been really inconsistent over the last month or so because we had the new baby. So that's part of it. Is like so much of live streaming is about building that routine. And so you just have to, like, once you break that routine for people, it doesn't click anymore. It just doesn't really work. So we have to settle back into it. But I mean, 200 people, that's still insane. That 200 people would sit here and listen to me ramble about stuff. That's wild. It's wild. Can anyone recommend Ghostwire Tokyo? Yeah, everything I've heard about Ghostwire Tokyo is that it's a really solid 7 out of 10 game. And if you are going into it expecting a 7 out of 10 game, you're gonna have a good time. It's like, oh, it's fine, yeah. It's just don't go into it expecting it to be anything crazy amazing. But is it on Game Pass too? It might not be. I might be making that up. Anyway, let's see. What was the other thing? There hasn't really been a lot of gaming news that's dropped over the last week or two. However, there have been a handful of little things, like little leaks and things that we were going to touch on. And figure that out. Let's check it out. Also, by the way, I got the ROG Ally running Warhammer Darktide. That thing runs Warhammer Darktide at 1080p at like 50 frames a second. It's a handheld device. That's outrageous. Like outrageous. It's stupid. The ROG Ally, if you're looking for a portable gaming thing, go with that over the Steam Deck. I'm going to be real with you. Also, because it's a Windows device, not a Linux-based thing that Steam is handling, because it's Windows, you can just download like the Xbox app, you can download the Ubisoft app, you can download the Star Citizen launcher, you can download all of that and just run it natively without any extra headaches. Like you can technically get the Uplay launcher running on the Steam Deck, but it's like very difficult. There's custom code you have to put in. You have to hook up a keyboard and type stuff out. It's like a whole thing. But the ROG Ally, it's just a Windows device. You just download it and then you're good. It's crazy. What do you think is finished first, Star Citizen or Skull and Bones? It's a good question, MJ. I think they're different. Skull and Bones is working towards a single like release date where they send it out and sell it to people. Star Citizen, you got to think of it more as one of these, like, maybe the best comparison is like Dwarf Fortress. If you've never seen Dwarf Fortress, it's outrageous. They recently sold it on Steam for the first time. Before that, it was something you could only really get access to online, and it was a very tight-knit community. But it is crazy elaborate and complicated, an outrageously thorough MoMA game. Like, it's just outrageous how much stuff you can do in this. Like, there was the whole story of how like there are in-game cats, for example. And at one point when you go in and like if a barrel spills alcohol on the floor, then the cats that walk around the level get it on their feet and they track it elsewhere, and that can create fires. And like the level of simulation in this game is ridiculous. It's like actually wild. Yeah, this is crazy. Like, this is a great explanation of something that can happen in Dwarf Fortress. I know this is a slight detour, but the reason I said that this is a good comparison to Star Citizen is because this was a game that was started on decades ago and is still being worked on now, and is constantly getting new updates and features and stuff. That's basically what Star Citizen is trying to be. So I don't know if Star Citizen will ever have a singular release date like that. But like, this is something that actually happens or can happen in Dwarf Fortress. Okay, you ready? Are you ready? Because this is insane. Here goes. 3 years into the development of my fortress, and I, still learning the ins and outs, had no farm to speak of. In the midst of winter, as my supplies dwindled away, I was left without a bite to eat and 60 very, very hungry dwarves. They began to wander the caverns, each one looking for vermin of rats or bugs. None were to be found. They were on the brink of starvation, so they began a cult, which they can do. Your little dwarves could just make a cult. First to go were the birds, hens, roosters, then the cats. So many cats. Out of desperation, they ate it. The meat, bloody and raw. The moment it was taken out of the butcher's shop, kittens, adult cats, one that had been with us since day one. A mother threw her baby into the water out of mercy amidst the starvation. You don't get that kind of experience in other games. Like, it's outrageous. It's outrageous. It's just silly. It's just silly. So I would recommend Dwarf Fortress, but be warned, that game is so deep. There's so much there. Dude, it's outrageous. Are you regarding dipping out of Tesla stocks? No, I currently own some Tesla. I transitioned, so I'm doing a different strategy using Composer, which basically, I wonder if I can show you without like accidentally doxing myself. Maybe not. I think this works. Yeah. So what I've been doing recently is I have been using, no, I don't like that. How do I hide that? Hold on. I don't know if I can actually show you this. Might not let me. I was going to show you what my current strategy has been. I'll just show you this. Okay, so what I've been trying is a little strategy where I actually go in and it does updates to the balancing of the stocks I hold based on a one key factor, and it's actually been very, very profitable recently. Basically what it does is it looks at a collection of tech stocks, so everything from Tesla, Google, Nvidia, Adobe, PayPal, Google, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Meta, Oracle, AVGO, which is Broadcom, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, Indie Semiconductor, all of these companies. It takes all of these, and then every month it will look back at what were the top 2 performing stocks with the highest cumulative return. And when you choose to balance your portfolio based on that, this is kind of crazy. If we go back 3 years, let's do it like this. Tracking this out, I guess maybe I flip it that way. If we started 3 years ago with this strategy just to back test it, and you invested 10 grand into that portfolio, you can back test how it would have performed against every other one of these potential considerations. So I have the U Pro, or a basic version of the Believe in Big Tech strategy, or a daily updating version, which is the yellow line you see on the bottom, or just the plain S&P 500. And you can see over time, there are pros and cons to each strategy, but with it running this basic algorithm of just checking every month, which is the best performing out of those stocks, you can see that this particular strategy over the course of the last 3 years would have yielded 132% return. UPRO would have brought you 99.56. S&P 500, you would have gained 46%, whereas updating daily would have only garnered 40%. So I've been trying this out after I saw that it would have performed very, very well historically. And it has so far performed very, very, very well. Past performance is not indicative of future performance all the time, but it does generally give you an idea if a strategy has any meat on the bone. And I gotta say, I mean, it's done very well over the course of the last like 3-4 months that I've been running. So that's what I've been doing. So currently, as of today, I think it's split my portfolio for that particular strategy, because I have a handful of different portfolios that all try different stuff to see what does best, kind of diversify basically. But that portfolio is up, I think, like 30% over the last few months, and it's split currently across Tesla and Adobe, I believe, are the two stocks that were the best performing over the last month out of that selection. So it's been doing well. I have a sneeze coming. Oh yeah, not official financial advice, just telling you what I have been doing and how it's been going, but never financial advice, no. Most people, 99% of people, should probably just buy into the S&P 500. It's relaxed, it's chill. It's what most people tend to say and recommend. So that's what I think most people would probably say, but again, not official financial advice. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, let's shift towards this. I want to look at this new Assassin's Creed video that they put up on Friday. Are you guys ready? Like, oh my God, yes, please, Luke, shut the hell up. Okay, you ready? Let's check it out. Basim, the Master Assassin.
Basim is our main protagonist in Assassin's Creed Mirage. He's a fascinating character, one that fits the mold of classic assassin, deadly and resourceful with a complex...
Sarah Beaulieu. I'm gonna try looking up what else she has done. Let me just type her name and then I'll copy it. Sarah Beaulieu. Let's see what else she's worked on. About me? Narrative director, Ubisoft. Okay. Pull up her LinkedIn. I've been working as a writer since 2008. Okay. Oh, don't even do this to me. LinkedIn is like so toxic with all of their constant like, sign up for this, sign up for that. So before this, she worked freelance for 14 years. She started working on Mirage in April of 2021. So it's been close to 2.5 years. She's in charge of defining narrative pillars of the game, defining the story, characters, themes, defining the narrative structure, when narrative elements are spread, defining the narrative means of the game, how narrative elements are spread, supervising the writing of narrative content, both audio and textual, dialogues, barks, flavor text, etc., revising, rewriting when needed. My team is composed of 9 writers. Okay, so 9 people, maybe including her, 10, are writing for this game. Collaborating with other directors, the creative director, quest director, reel director. I wonder what the reel director is. Is that just like the director of cinematics and stuff? Maybe it's like REEL? I don't know. Game director, audio, etc. to maintain consistency. Makes sense. Collaborating the audio. Okay. Way before that, let's see. Story developer, mentor, CRC Press. Script writer at Papid. It's a stop motion company. Okay. She previously worked at Ubisoft as a writer for about a year in France, working on Beyond Good and Evil 2. Oh, okay. So she worked on Beyond Good and Evil 2, and clearly that went really well. Maybe her work's just done. I mean, she might have just been like, oh, this is never ending. Let's just bail. And before that, I mean, I don't speak French. I don't read it. So some of this stuff I'm not familiar with. I don't know what this is referencing. Looks like she's done a bunch of work, various companies, corporate movies in both French and English. So she's done some work, but it's not like she's got a history, as far as I can tell, of working on like huge narrative games that are really, really well known. Not to say she isn't capable, but it just doesn't look like she has the background as far as I can tell.
complex personality. For that reason, we felt that Mirage needed to be a strong narrative-driven experience. One that would honor Basim as a character, surprise our players, and take them on a memorable adventure. We first met Basim during the events of AC Valhalla. Having traveled from
That's not what it's called.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
So, strike one. I'm kidding.
the Middle East to England, he acted as a mentor figure for Ivor. But Basim had motives of his own, and his past was shrouded
Yeah,
in
he
mystery.
did.
We knew early on that we wanted to explore a setting
Oh, look at OG Assassin's Creed. OGAC, man.
that was
These were... I mean, they were pretty groundbreaking games for the time. Going back and playing them, they're pretty tough. Like, AC2, I think, is still pretty good. It's a little clunky, but it's still a very impressive game. But, I mean, you can definitely see how much inspiration they took from this. Because even some of the screenshots and wallpapers and stuff that they've sent out and press shots for AC Mirage are this, like, exact framing. It's this exact shot. So it's just funny.
to explore a setting that was reminiscent of the first Assassin's Creed game. So naturally, we made the connection between the Golden Age of Baghdad and Basim.
Okay, he's the creative director, Stéphane Bourdon. Stéphane Bourdon. Wait, was it I-N or no O-N? Sorry, not the interior director. This guy. Okay, he... Oh, no, not all posts. I want to see history, experience. So he has previously worked as creative director, content director for Wrath of the Druids, Ghost Recon Wildlands Mercenaries, and Year 2 of Wildlands. Then before that, he worked as a lead level designer for Ghost Recon Breakpoint. Okay. Associate lead level designer on Wildlands, senior level designer on Wildlands, worked on Watch Dogs, the OG Watch Dogs, for about a year, worked on Rabbids Lands, Raving Rabbids, and way before that, he worked at Ubisoft as a lead or level designer on Ghost Recon, Raving Rabbids, Red Steel 2, Rayman, Raving Rabbids, and Red Steel. So he hasn't worked on Assassin's Creed before Wrath of the Druids. Okay. Okay. Where'd the audio go? Hello? Well, what did I do? What did I do? All of my audio is still up. Did I dare to question them, and now I just don't have audio? Hold on, it might have changed my audio output. Let me try this. You gotta love when stuff just works. And then this one.
Titles.
There we go.
But of course, for our most dedicated fan, there will be a lot of secrets, Easter eggs, and connections with past games and the overall lore of the series.
Assassin's Creed Mirage is set in 861 AD, 12 years before the events of Valhalla. We meet Basim in his youth, making a living as a thief on the streets of Anbar, near Baghdad, alongside his best friend and partner in crime, Nehal. As far back as he can remember, Basim has been haunted by visions and nightmares that he's been unable to understand. He's come to question who he is and where he belongs. Much to Nehal's frustration, Basim believes his destiny lies among the hidden ones.
Basim ends up at Alamut, the renowned assassin home base that at that time was still under construction. It's here that he learns the way of the assassins and becomes one of the hidden ones. Soon, he's tasked with tracking down the Order in Baghdad, kickstarting his life-changing journey.
Creating the character of Basim in Mirage was an interesting challenge. Having met him as an older man in Valhalla, we had to imagine what he would have been like in his younger years. Everybody in the team is a long-time AC fan. That's why it was so important for us to bring back that Levantine assassin look to Basim's costumes.
And I want to just touch on this because I've been looking at some of the background for some of these people working on the game in leadership positions, and it seems like most of them that we've come across, if not all of them in senior positions, don't have a history working on the franchise. They might have done a little bit of DLC here, worked on this or that, but it's not like these guys are long-term fixtures in this this franchise. It's just not their bread and butter. They've worked on other things, and that isn't necessarily like extremely concerning. Like, you can still be a fan of these games and do good work without necessarily having worked on a handful of other things. I think I'd be more comfortable or like more confident in this being a really faithful follow-up or faithful I guess almost reboot of the series or return to form, if it was the case that like, oh, the guy that directed AC1 or AC2 is coming back to direct AC Mirage. That would make me even more excited, more hyped or comfortable or whatever. But again, this is a smaller project. If they were the creative director of AC2 or of one of these huge games, they probably have been promoted many times previous, and they wouldn't be working on a small spin-off game. They would be the director of like AC Red or AC Hexe or whatever the next big project is that their particular like studio underneath Ubisoft was working on. So I would say I would prefer if there were people that were directly involved in the original games working on these, but they can still be fans. They could still be big fans of the original games and really excited to return to form. So I don't think it's any cause for extreme concern. It just would be nicer if they had some veterans working on it too.
Crafting new visuals and stories around an existing character poses a unique challenge. It gives us room for nods to other entries in the series, pushes us to respect our legacy, while offering something fresh and exciting for players. After becoming a hidden one, Basim inherits the apprentice outfit, a white robe with blue shades, and a small beaked hood. We found opportunities to connect Mirage to the wider franchise, such as the red sash wrapped around Basim's arm in Valhalla. In Mirage, we learned that it was a symbol of the rebellion, an item worn by many of our side characters, and something Basim chose to keep with him years later.
I love that. That's a really nice touch.
There are several levels of conflicts in our story, from the one in the city arising from the Zend rebellion to Basim's internal conflict as he's torn between his roots and his destiny, between his old friends like Nehal and his new comrades like Roshan and the Brotherhood. As Basim fights to free Baghdad from the Order's oppression, he begins to ask questions about himself, his past, and the meaning of freedom.
The story of Mirage follows Basim's evolution from apprentice to mentor, a journey that is reflected in the game systems. There is no XP-based progression in Mirage. Instead, progression is linear and story-driven. As you follow the story and complete missions, your rank increases within the Brotherhood, giving you new opportunities for missions, outfits, and tools. We have new tools that can be upgraded and customized for Basim.
And honestly, I'm okay with that. Not every game needs to have like, it will basically just be a mini RPG. It's okay.
Giving him a deadly and effective assassin's toolset.
Silent projectile capable of putting targets to sleep can be modified to apply poison or cause a fit of rage. Yeah, that is a throwback.
When fully upgraded, these tools can allow for some interesting and unexpected gameplay strategies.
We crafted a range of different outfits for Basim, so you can make the character feel personal to you. We're also bringing back a fan favorite feature, Outfit Dye, which you can use to change the colors of certain outfits just like you could in AC2 or Brotherhood.
Combat has been revamped as well, with new moves and mechanics built specifically for Basim. Much like Altair, Basim's primary combat tools are his sword and dagger. For the animation team, our goal was to create an agile master assassin who's as elegant as he's deadly.
An assassin focus allows you to slow down time and perform a deadly kill streak. But be careful, you'll want to pay attention to where you will end your last move to avoid unexpected fights.
Basim
I just don't like that move, man. I just don't like how it teleports.
And perform a deadly kill streak.
Granted, this is just me, so I might be just off base here. But one of the things that excited me so much about this game was that it was going to be a return to, I guess, like, Assassin's Creed has never been grounded. So, like, it's always been sort of, it's had this supernatural thing with the Isu storyline. It's had super sci-fi techie stuff with the Abstergo plot lines. So it's never been super realistic or anything. But one of the things I enjoyed about it is that if you went back in the historical settings, the characters were human. Like, they didn't have any crazy supernatural abilities. The reason Altair was good at navigating levels was because he practiced and trained and was good at free climbing and exploring these levels. Like, the reason that Connor in AC3 was good at what he was doing was, again, because he trained with a master assassin for a long time before he was able to do all of that. And even then, he wasn't capable of just totally supernatural moves. Like, yeah, they were like movie sequences, like high action. Okay, a real person probably couldn't do that, but it was still like relatively grounded, especially compared to what we have now. And then this stuff is just straight up teleportation, and I'm just not that into it. Like, if it was revamped a little bit, so just like in Batman Arkham Knight, there's like a movement with the fear takedowns where Batman's actually like shuffling and almost like crawling to the next target. I think that would help. I know some people have been saying, oh, it's because he's moving so quickly. Basim is moving so quickly that it's causing the Animus to glitch. And that's why it seems like he just teleports. And I guess, you know, maybe I'll start telling myself that so that I don't feel like I'm snapping out of it. I think that that's probably how they explain it too. But either way, that's an excuse. It's still as a gameplay mechanic. I don't care if it's explained narratively one way or the other. It, as a mechanic, it doesn't fit, I don't think. I would have preferred that it's not there. I understand they can explain it away in various ways of like, oh, well, it's actually because it's the glitch of the Animus, which loses movement data and blah, blah. It's okay. I don't care. It's still something that they put in the game that I don't think fits. You know, I can explain anything away. It doesn't mean that I'm okay with that thing being present or absent.
But be careful, you'll want to pay attention to where you will end your last move to avoid unexpected fights.
Basim feels different from Eivor. The focus on one main weapon, his sword, allowed us to put all of our intention into developing an agile character who's intuitive to control.
Yeah, that's what people making up excuses. Well, yeah, it's the same thing as like, what would be an example? Like, oh, well, maybe Death Stranding. I was thinking about this the other day. Like, Death Stranding has that thing where all of the NPCs you come across, except for a few very specific cases in cutscenes and stuff, all of the NPCs when you're making deliveries are these holographic people. Like, and they're really bad. They're just like, thank you so much for delivering this thing to me. Thank you so much. I love you. I appreciate your delivery. That was very good. Wow, how did you get this here in one piece? That's crazy. And for me, it took me out every single time. I'm like, I just traveled halfway across the United States to deliver this thing to you. And you're just going to be like, yeah, thanks. Anyway, bye. Here's an otter hat. You know, it tore me out of it. But people said, oh, the reason you're not meeting the actual human being when you deliver that is because with the time fall, it's not worth the risk of unnecessary exposure. And because of this, and this, they have to sanitize the deliveries before that. And I'm like, okay, they explained it away. I still don't like the choice. They could have had actual humans present and then explained that away. Had actual decent NPCs with quality facial animations and stuff that wasn't just a floating person going like, thank you for the delivery. They could have had actual stuff there, actual people there talking with you and interacting with you. and then explain that away and be like, oh, well, the reason they can do that is because they go into this sanitization pod, and then it cleans them, so then they're good. It's like, okay, that would have explained it too. So anybody can explain anything away. Anybody can do that. What we're asking is whether or not the actual choice that they're explaining one way or the other is a good choice. And in this case, I think that the teleportation thing is just not a choice I would have made. And yeah, you're right. There was teleportation stuff with Leonidas' spear. Absolutely. In Odyssey. I thought Odyssey was... Origins started to dabble in it with like the special effects on weapons like fire and poison buildup and stuff like that. Odyssey just fully embraced it with you being able to just like straight up do supernatural stuff that just didn't make any sense. They also, like, Assassin's Creed as a franchise is defined by like the leap of faith into the hay bale. And after level 25 in Odyssey, they just take away fall damage. You can jump off of a cliff landing 300 feet below you in Odyssey, and as long as you're above level 25, you just kind of roll out of it. That to me was just really, really bizarre. That's why as an Assassin's Creed game, I don't think Odyssey is very good. As an open world exploration adventure RPG, Odyssey I think is very impressive in a lot of ways. Anyway, setting that aside. When are we jumping into Star Citizen? Here in just a little bit, I want to run through the last of these like gaming news tidbits. We have a couple of leaks and things from Starfield that we were going to touch on.
Of course, that also means that the combat will come with bigger challenges, higher stakes, and a greater reliance on tools to escape tricky situations.
From his story to his appearance to character progression, we designed Basim as a fresh twist on the classic assassin archetype.
We hope you are as excited as we are to take the first steps on Basim's journey.
I mean, I'm into it. I'm intrigued. I want to know more, but I definitely think that it's not going, like, we just have to manage expectations. It's not going to be Assassin's Creed 1.5 or Assassin's Creed 2.5. Like, it's going to be Assassin's Creed Valhalla with a coat of paint reminiscent of AC1 and 2. And that's going to be a good time. I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be a cool little trip down memory lane. But I think it's just important that people keep expectations in check. This started in its ideation phase as a small little DLC and then blew up into something bigger. So it's just important to not expect too crazy much. Otherwise, we'll all be sad. Okay. Yeah.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Yeah. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Anyway. So, yeah, time will tell. But I'm going to be watching AC Mirage very, very closely. The only way they could explain it would be if they gave some chance for teleportation working in universe the only way they could explain it that would give it some chance for teleportation working in the universe is if they say it's an AMS hacks like that in Unity and Syndicate. Yeah, and I mean, honestly, if they explain it that way, whatever. But still, as a choice, when I'm playing as an assassin, all I feel is that I'm teleportating. Oh my god. Teleportating. I'm gonna have to make a shirt of that. Teleportating. Anyway, all I will feel is that I'm teleporting, and that's going to take me out of it.
$10.
Thank you.
Do you think they are returning to form with Assassin's Creed? Since they have like 5 games they announced. Are they making smaller expectancies for each type of fan? What about the bigger games?
Yeah, what they're just trying to do is diversification. So think of, like, love it or hate it. Think of what they did with Marvel. Like, for Marvel, they just realized, we have some people that really love Iron Man. Other people really love Thor. Other people really love Black Panther. What we're going to do is we're going to have some projects where all of that's together. In this case, those characters, think of those characters as features or gameplay styles or things. Like some people might love stealth games. Some people might love the big action RPGs. Some people might like the smaller games. Some people might like the bigger games. Some people like mobile games, blah, blah, blah. And so what Marvel did is they just said, okay, well, we're going to have big projects like the Avengers or Endgame or Infinity War, whatever, that have all of those things together, or at least a lot of them, all in one spot. But because those take a long time to work on, and we don't want to spend 4 or 5 years with nothing going on, we're going to make those big ones, and then we're also going to throw a bunch of little ones at you that are smaller, that focus on 1 or 2 of those characters or features. And that's not a bad strategy. I think it's just going to be for a lot of Assassin's Creed gamers. You're going to be playing Mirage, and then there's going to be a mobile game that launches that's pretty big that you might play, you might not. And then people will move on and try the next game that comes along. So it's going to be all over the place. But I think it's an interesting strategy, and it's not a bad idea compared to what they've been doing. Because I would prefer to have games that specialize than games that try to be like jack of all trades, master of none, you know? So I don't think it's a bad idea, but we'll see how it goes. But also, thank you, Eirik, for the 50, I don't know what the currency NOK is, but it comes out to about $5. Thank you, my friend. Did you hear about the Go XLR being dead for new buyers? Luke can personally recommend the Rodecaster Pro 2 or the Duo version as a replacement. Really, the Go XLR has been going bad on people? I haven't really had any issues. This thing's been great for me. This little baby right here. I really like it. Yeah, I haven't really had any problems. It's worked great for me. But it's too bad to hear that people are having problems. But yeah, it's worked really well. The only thing that I think could make it even better is if they added support for, like, if they had a Go XLR Pro with 2 mic inputs, if they did the like Stream Deck buttons for the soundboard so that you can change and have like text of what soundbite is on each, that would be amazing. And maybe 2 more tracks, maybe another optical in and then an optical out or something like that. I think that could be awesome. But the Go XLR is being discontinued entirely. I don't know why they do that. I mean, as long as it keeps working and they don't nuke it using firmware, I'm okay. I know it's weird for me to be like, I don't need a new crazy techie thing, but honestly, this thing's been so good to me and has allowed me to get a dual PC streaming setup working consistently that I'm scared to change anything. You're saying the Rodecaster Pro 2 is a good alternative though? Oh, this is sexy though. Oh God, are you about to convince me? Don't do this to me, guys. It's the last thing I need is to spend more money on. So, I just got into Warhammer. What? Do you want me to go broke? My God. Look at this thing. So this thing is, I think I unironically described this while explaining what I would like for them to do with a Go XLR 2 Pro. Ultra high gain. Oh, so I don't need my cloud lifter anymore. Yeah, I technically don't need the cloud lifter with Go XLR, but the amp is a little finicky. Yeah, they straight up added 2 more channels. They have a display. Oh God. It's happening. It's happening. Independent gains. Oh, so this is like 4 XLR inputs. Oh, so this thing is built for podcasting, for having like 4 microphones going at one time. Okay. Okay, I see what you're putting down. Yeah, 4 XLR inputs, 4 headphone outputs. Yeah, so it's probably not built for my particular setup, but that's still very, very cool. Very cool. Anyway. It can control out and in to 2 computers. Yeah. That's not bad. That's not bad. I would check that out, but again, only if this thing starts to have problems. Because I don't need, like, what is that going to do for me now that the other one, or that this isn't doing right now? This one Harris uses. I mean, Harris has a pretty sweet setup, but I don't know what that does for my particular setup. Rodecaster Duo. Like, my only reason for wanting the like big Pro one is for more channels. I love the idea of having more channels, because then I can have the alerts on their own channel. I can have my mic on a separate channel. And right now I use all 4 of these channels that the GoXLR has. So anyway, I'll shut up about that. Thank you for the super chats, by the way, guys. That's wonderful. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you. GoXLR is dead. Oh God. Why would they do that? Why would they do that?
Kinda. Yes and no. The GoXLR team just announced on their Discord this week that the TC Helicon gaming company had let go of their entire GoXLR development staff, their support staff. So your GoXLR will work tomorrow and the next day, but at some point, Windows will update and it won't be compatible anymore, or there will be some bugs that won't get fixed. There's a lot more to this situation, and if you're interested, you can read the entire Discord post, but I want to talk about something a little bit more urgent here in this video. The GoXLR is 4.5 years old. I mean, when this thing was first announced, streamers, including myself, were still using these. And for the first time ever, streamers had access to multi-channel mixing using faders. We had simple I/O, dual PC support. Like this was the largest leap in content creator audio that I think will ever happen. But it's been over 4 years now, and a lot of new products have been released since then. A lot of these new products have new features that the GoXLR doesn't have. So what I want to do in this video is whether you're looking to replace...
Yeah, I mean, man, I guess I'm biased. I like the GoXLR. I think it's cool. I guess it's not a surprise that they're discontinuing support for it, because I can't imagine it was that profitable. Like, I don't know, man. Yeah, this is the guy who got harassed by Twitch staff. Yep, this is the guy. Yeah. Dude, that video is so funny. It was so painful. For anybody who missed it, basically, like, Twitch staff came in and started, or a member of Twitch staff came in, started talking to Harris, and they were like, well, man, I'm not saying you're wrong about Twitch and all the stuff you think about Twitch, but I just don't think you're right at all. And you have a lot of faulty assumptions. And then he's like, what? That's another way of saying that it doesn't make like that I'm wrong. If you come to me and you say, no, you're not wrong, but you're not right at all. Say, okay, so if I'm not right, then I'm wrong. Because if I'm right, I'm right. And then the guy just gaslights him for like 20 minutes on stream. And it's so uncomfortable. And because he's Twitch staff, you can't ban him or block him. And so the Twitch staff member is like, wow, you tried to block me. Lol, cringe. It's like, dude, go away. I don't want you here. It was so bad. It was so bad. Oh, man. He's looking for replacements and recommended that one. You were looking for dual PC streaming, but I don't use dual PC, so I didn't pay much attention. Around mid videos when it goes in the one you're looking at. Rode, yeah. I mean, I guess eventually we'll have to upgrade it to it, but as of right now, I don't think there's much reason to do it. Maybe if there's like a deep sale at Black
However,
Friday.
if you're looking for a 2PC setup, the next brand might be what you're looking for. Actually, the next 2 brands. Let's talk about Rode. Rode has also in the last year or two really been beefing up their content creator audio system. They've had the Rodecaster Pro for a long time, and they recently released the Rodecaster Pro 2, which is phenomenal. Even more recently, they released the Rodecaster Duo, which is just a shrunken down version for people who don't need 4 microphone inputs. They've got the new Streamer X, which I've got right here, and I actually will be testing over the next couple days or so. And their lineup of Rode X mics, which all give you access to...
Dude, that's so funny. I literally described the Duo. I literally, I sat here, I was like, oh yeah, in a GoXLR Pro, what I would like to see would be X, Y, and Z. And then I just ended up describing this damn thing, at least kind of close, because I wanted these to have like the Stream Deck pictures on it so that you can actually see the sound bites that you're playing. But it's not the end of the world. But this has a display where you can see everything. You can customize everything here. This has 2 mic inputs as well. So like this is exactly what I was describing. That's outrageous. That's funny. So yeah, when I eventually update or upgrade, I'll probably be going to this. And it's the same price as what I was, or what I paid for the GoXLR. Yeah, and it has all the stuff I needed. So yeah, that's what we'll eventually do. But I'm going to wait till it breaks to change, because I don't know. I don't think that would actually improve anything. I would swap to it and there would be no noticeable impact, which is one of my big things that I've been trying to be better about, is not just like not just upgrading stuff for the sake of upgrading, but only upgrading stuff that you guys will be able to notice a difference on, where people go, oh, that's new, that's cool. Because otherwise I'll just endlessly
Disco
spend money.
Cobra 2013 super chatted $5.
Thank you, my friend.
Random question not related to gaming.
Cap.
What do you think about a possible Creed reunion? Lots of rumblings that it is happening. Your thoughts?
Possible Creed reunion? Oh, do you mean like, do you mean like the band? These guys? To read, one Creed just updated a Facebook profile banner, new logo. So unless they're just feeling fancy for no particular reason, something's going on. Wouldn't be shocking. Oh, and they locked their website, so you have to have a password to get in. Oh, that means they're rebuilding. Oh, they're definitely doing that. No shocker there. Yeah, I would bet money that there's going to be a reunion. Yeah, I was trying to figure out Creed. I was like, I know there's a band called Creed. I don't know about Assassin's Creed something. Anyway, but yeah, I mean that'd be cool. I don't really listen to a lot of Creed. I think I've heard a handful of their songs, but I wouldn't call myself a fan of Creed. But I would not be surprised if they did that. A lot of these guys that have been out of the game for like 20 years or so, I'm sure they're running out of money. Like, surely. The thing with like rock stars are great at a lot of stuff. Usually they're bad with money, especially like also athletes. Like that was the whole thing with Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson went broke after making like $300+ million at a time in like the 80s, where that nowadays would be worth like $1 billion. You know, he was filthy rich, lost all of it, went completely broke. And it's because he was doing stuff like buying tigers and paying cash for crazy cars that he would just lose. I saw a video of him describing how he had a super fancy car. Like this car nowadays would probably be like $500,000, and he lost it. He just like went out partying one night, lost it. It's like, oh well. And just forgot about it. So can you imagine? Yeah, and Warhammer figures. It's just baffling. But like that's the thing with people that have no understanding of how to preserve wealth or build wealth, and then you give them a fat check. They're just going to spend it because they don't know how to spend money to make money, you know? So that's why they need good managers that come in. But the thing with good managers is that they're few and far between. And managers also, a lot of the time, like, they don't really care how wealthy you stay because they only get paid on the upfront. So they only get paid when you do a deal, when you get a big sponsorship, whatever. So then you need a separate like accountant, or you need a separate money manager, which is a separate thing entirely. And those things are just really, really rare. Wonder if I can find this. Yeah, like this. This is one thing that reminded me. This is why Eminem is still wealthy. Look at this. Eminem is the opposite.
Spending money? Do you like spending money? Clearly not.
Not particularly.
I heard a story that you wanted to buy a watch, and at this point, you had sold millions of albums, that you wanted to buy a watch.
I know the story.
Is that true? You called up your manager to see if you could afford to buy the watch?
Yeah. I think it was a Rolex. Was it a Rolex? It was a Rolex. And I asked him, could I afford it? Because they make fun of me for it, but I'm for real. Like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, this is the whole money thing, all that stuff was brand new to me.
You're giving hip-hop a bad name here.
I know, right? Yeah.
You need to step it up. A few diamond studs.
I will. Hey, listen, I said I bought a Rolex, right? That's not a cheap watch. I still have that Rolex.
Yeah, but it's not like, you know, that's...
I don't wear it because I don't want to get a scratch on it.
Is that right? But, is that true?
Yeah.
So what are you wearing right now?
This is a G-Shock.
A G-Shock,
it's probably about $100.
Right.
We're in a G-Shock. Yeah. Because why would you need anything more? Like that's why I can respect Eminem. Like he's not doing the crazy Island Boys thing where they just spend every penny they have on jewelry. I don't understand that, by the way. I really don't understand that. like spending all of your money on a necklace that looks like a pizza. Like, why? I don't get it. Because I'm an island boy. And I'm a child boy. Shout out LeBron and his free version of Spotify. What? LeBron has a free version of Spotify? I haven't heard of that. I know Jay-Z is one of the like original investors in Tidal. And Tidal is what I use. I don't use Spotify. I use Tidal, the one and only. Because it allows you to listen at master quality and Dolby Atmos and all of that stuff. It's like very, very, very high quality audio. If you have good sound equipment and you want to listen to not super compressed garbage, this is what you do. This is like the same music platform that Jay-Z invested in and uses. And yeah, this is the best way to describe how high quality audio is. It's like bit rates or like the sample rates, all of that. It's just higher resolution audio. Like this audio is much higher resolution than this audio. That's how you can think of it. And man, when you get good audio equipment and you can hear the difference, oh baby, you'll never go back. Anyway. What happened to the one keyboard setup? Why two again? No reason. I just felt like pulling the second one out again. I just go back and forth, man. There's no rhyme or reason. I just bounce back and forth. Like, I like this one. Sometimes I'll bring out the second one. Usually I'll bring out the second. This is how you guys know I'm working on like videos and reviews and stuff. Because having the second keyboard allows me to be typing on my second computer on my streaming PC while gaming on my main PC. Because if I'm gaming on my main PC, I can't just swap the inputs without it causing the game to leave full screen and blah, blah, blah. It's super annoying. But when the second keyboard comes out, it's usually because I need to be able to quickly take notes. So think of that. You managed to watch the video from the channel I sent, by the way. He doesn't have a way to contact him. Oh, really? Yeah, I did watch that video you sent, or the one that was linked with it. And I think it'd be fun to talk to him. He seems really, really passionate. Maybe send a comment or something. But yeah, that'd be heartbreaking if there's no way to get him on. Like, I forgot I had the AC unit set to maintain. Maybe a comment. I know when I had a small channel, I read like every single comment. Like I had the YouTube Studio, whatever app, and I would just refresh. And like, that was my scrolling through TikTok. It's just refreshing and reading every single comment that came in. And when I eventually got to the point where I couldn't keep up with the comments anymore, it was kind of heartbreaking because it was something I really enjoyed doing. So I would bet that he'd be watching it. I would guess. My favorite feature in the 3.19.1 Star Citizen update is the instant ship retrieval, etc. The terminals have become extremely fast and instantaneous. Oh, really? Well, that's way better. That's way better than it was. We're going to get into that, but first I just want to touch on this leak. Juicehead did a video on it, so I'm going to send that into chat so you guys can go and send Juicehead some juicy love. Tell them that I sent you. But in the meantime, let's see what this leak looks like. It's pretty quick. It's basically just a couple of screenshots and stuff, but take a peek, see.
Late last night, we got our first actual Starfield leak in years. This image was posted on the Last Stand Media Discord server, and it seems like this was the original source of this leak, or at least how it started to spread more widely. The original message for this leak is now gone, but naturally it was saved and has been getting shared around quite extensively. Many pointing to this Reddit post as how they found it, but it really does seem like it originated on a couple of Discord servers. Although to be clear, it doesn't seem like the servers have any real association with the leak, it was just a random user posting it there. The leak overall is pretty simple. There's two images in total, one of us saluting an in-game enemy, another one of a loading screen reading that the character's name is Dustin. And yes, this is unfortunately the largest size I could find of this leaked image. We get a ton of information out of this one right off the bat. We could see we're on planet Jemison, which is going to be the home of New Atlantis, and it appears New Atlantis is directly behind us, at least according to our compass.
Yeah, this thing is going to take me some time to get used to. I'm trying to like figure out and decipher how this mini-map compass thing works. I think it is just a compass, and then this, it's like we're looking top down on the planet. I don't know. What is this? What is this? What is this? Can somebody explain it? in chat? Chat, is this real? Like, is this the topographical map? Is this telling you how much daylight is left? Like, it's a planet. Okay. But like, what is this supposed to tell me? What information is this? You found it? Oh, good. This, sir, is a clock. Yeah, maybe see if he wants to, if he's free to like come on Wednesday or something. That'd be cool. Elevation, maybe? It's supposed to tell you that it's a planet. Yeah, I would guess time of day, because as it rotates, it'll shift and then tell you like when the light's there, and then as it progresses further, it'll tell you when the day-night cycle is going to shift. I guess that's what it is. I would just expect that this big of a dial in the center of this UI would be more useful than just what time of day it is. But I don't know.
We just took out a United Colony security member with our AK, because yes, Starfield is going to feature an AK just like what we have in modern times today. We'll get some extensive...
Old Sea Dog 91. First of all, thank you for 10. That's very generous. Shout out to you and Disco Cobra.
Old Sea Dog 91 super
Thank you,
chatted
guys.
$9.99. Good news, Luke. A YT video came out saying that Starfield's lack of ground vehicles is a good thing because that would discourage exploration. So they're winking face.
What's the name of the video? Can you put it in chat? I kind of want to find this video and watch it. If you can find the video, it might not let you link it in chat because it'll flag links and stuff, just because YouTube chat does that. But if you send me like who made it and like the username of the creator and then the title of the video, I can watch it. That'd be really, really funny. Oh man.
Gameplay of this AK during the Direct, and honestly, if anything, in our hands here in the leaked image, it looks relatively small. Much more interesting though, we could see we just looted a rare piece of armor from this enemy. Starfield's going to have a legendary item system, but the naming here is changed somewhat. What in past games would have just been a 1-star legendary is now a rare item in Starfield. And conversely, if you have a 3-star item, that one is actually referred to as legendary. It's impossible to make out what exactly this is, but it's some kind of armor item. Looting armor is definitely a feature of Starfield, but oddly enough, compared to past games, enemies don't always drop armor. In the vast majority of the Direct, enemies didn't actually drop any of their armor, where in something like Fallout 4, they always drop whatever armor they're wearing. And the effect this item has is actually pretty cool. It's an O2 filter, so we use 25% less oxygen. That's pretty powerful, because that's basically going to give you a 25% buff to your stamina for sprinting. Beyond that, we can see at the top how we can fast travel directly from the mission menu by pressing tab. That's a really nice quality of life feature. It would suggest you can easily fast travel to the location associated.
Oh, you found it? Okay. Yeah, no hate to the guy. I'm like, I can respect the hustle for smaller creators, but I definitely want to hear his justification, because that is such a polar opposite view of mine. That I would love to be convinced and have like, I don't know if I'm weird. I just like having, like, I get a dopamine rush from the potential of having my mind totally shifted, like to go from A to Z. That gets me excited. Like, oh my God, maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe something totally new is going to happen. I just find that exciting. And so when I hear somebody make a claim that is so opposite to what my stance is, I get excited, because maybe they'll convince me. Maybe not though. Maybe it'll just be really, really stupid. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Wow. That's exactly it.
With a mission directly from your journal. Likely you need to have that location already discovered and it be fast travelable, but in Fallout 4 you have to track a mission and then look around on the map to try and find that location. It seems like Starfield is simplifying that. Overall, Starfield actually has quite a few nice quality of life features added in with it, but beyond that, we can see our quest marker here in blue is going to be both on our compass as well as on the edge of our screen. So the in-world map markers are likely coming back. They'll pop up on your compass, but also pop up in the world as you approach them. The load
That works. Real quick, so he said compass. Compass. Do you guys say it like that, or do you say compass? Because it is technically an O. It's not CUMPASS. and like it's CO. My history teacher in high school would say compass. It's like, oh yes, and if you take out your compass, you can navigate. And that throws me out. Like I never, every time I hear somebody say it like compass, I want to slap them. I've always said it compass. Even though it's not spelled that way, it's just the American way to pronounce it wrong. Yeah, computer versus computer. Computer is probably more correct because it's computing. It's not computing. I guess people still say it that way, but campus, oh God, take out your compass. Jesus. Compass, it's a compass. Okay, you guys are right, I shouldn't have asked.
Loading screen image is just black here. Our character's name is listed as Dustin, which kind of turned into a bit of a troublesome meme. Lots of people have been joking that this of course confirms that the name of the leaker is Dustin, and many immediately pointed to Destin of IGN. Yeah, they don't even have the same name, but I guess close enough. It seems like pointing to Destin of IGN became as a joke, but as people joked more and more, I think some others started to actually believe it. But to be clear, no, Destin does not seem to have any association with this leak. It's not actually clear who leaked this image, and they were smart enough to actually strip the metadata off of it. But even further, we can see it looks like this loading screen is going to be at an ultra wide resolution compared to the other image, which is not at an ultra wide resolution. And technically it's a
Dude, are we about to get more support, like mainstream support from devs for ultra wide? Is that what's happening? Because this is now a Starfield leak showing testers running in ultra wide, and then like Ubisoft just had their big Star Wars Outlaws gameplay in ultra wide. Interesting. Okay. I'm okay with it. I love ultra wide. I love it. I would love for it to be more mainstream.
about 25 by 9. But hey, close enough. Hopefully this means Starfield will have ultra-wide support day 1, and of course we see how the targeting skill increases our accuracy and range when firing from the hip. Overall, it's a pretty boring leak. There's barely anything to break down here, and most of what we see has already been confirmed in past gameplay or even in the direct. The big lingering question though is, where did this come from? Is this a leak from a media hands-on, which could suggest we're getting a bunch of additional info shortly? I don't know, that is plausible, and that's very likely why Destin from IGN was getting blamed for this, even though it doesn't seem like he has any association. I think this actually just could be from a playtester, likely doing quality assurance for Starfield right now. At this point, I would honestly prefer just waiting for the game to come out.
I agree. I think this is a really stupid leak. But it shows you how hungry people are for news and information about the game, because they're willing to go goo goo gaga over a picture that could have been in the gameplay direct, and this wouldn't have made any waves. But because it's something new, people get really, really excited for it. So it's something. And then the load screen being in ultra wide, that is also interesting to me. Somebody I think said in chat, like, well, couldn't it just be cropped? I guess it's possible that maybe they just screenshotted like this from here down. I guess, because if you think about this stretched over an ultra wide, it like the text would be hilariously huge. It doesn't seem super balanced, so maybe the UI needs adjustment. I don't know. I agree that this is. It might not be ultra wide. It might just be a weirdly cropped screenshot, but still. But yeah, I would guess you're going to see screen or loading screens like this a good amount though. I have a feeling like Starfield's going to be filled with a lot more loading screens than people are perhaps braced for. Prepare your bodies. It's going to happen. Okay, I want to see this thing though. I want to see this. What's the best way to do this? Let me go. Boop, 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 boop. Where's my mouse? Come here, Mr. Mouse. Why won't my mouse work? Okay, pull this up. Yeah, again, no shade to this guy. I just want to hear if he can convince me of this thing that I think is like the polar opposite of my current stance. Okay, so this is a video from a small and upcoming creator. So I'm gonna link him Go over there, show them some love. We've all, you know, okay, not all of us. I've been here with a smaller channel making videos on games I'm passionate about. So I really respect the hustle, and no hate to anybody. Like I said, I just get excited when I hear that people have a take totally opposite to mine, because it gets me excited. Are they going to convince me? Are they like, have I missed something so huge? You know? So show him love. Of course, you know, we're going to go through this, see if he can convince us one way or the other. Because I would love to have my mind changed. And I have a feeling where he's going with this whole discussion of vehicles in Starfield. I have a feeling I might actually partially agree with him. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Okay. I'm going to shut up before I spoil my own, my own take on this. But let's see what you got, Mr. Neo World. What you got, my friend? Let me go, I'll probably go a little faster. And ooh, baby, uploading in 1440p 60. Dude's more professional than me. Thank goodness.
And welcome back to New World. So first off, I want to say that Starfield, I know I've talked a lot about the positives and how I think Starfield might be the game of the year or the best game ever made in general, but there are...
Okay, whoa. Okay, hold on. I think I'm gonna have to go through this in normal speed because there's a lot happening already. Okay.
I want to say that Starfield, I know I've talked a lot about the positives and how I think Starfield might be the game of the year or the best game ever made in general.
Okay, I mean, game of the year, subjective. Best game ever made, subjective. Okay, you're free to have your opinion, my friend. I might not agree with that stance currently, but maybe the game comes out and blows me away and I will agree with you. I don't know.
But there are some problems that I do want to address and do want to talk about because I've been looking at the comments. I've started, posting on TikTok a little more just to see how everybody feels on every platform about Starfield. I've joined a couple Discord servers. I just want to know, when it comes to Starfield, is the hype is big as mine? And honestly, it is in some areas, and in some areas people do have arguments that might be some a little ignorant, but some make a lot of sense, and I do want to talk about that in today's video. So if you like my content,
and real quick, mad props for somebody that's hyped about a game being willing to discuss potential issues. That alone is very rare. Okay, I'm just gonna be real with you. This is not common. A lot of fanboys don't like to, and I know fanboy has like a lot of derogatory connotations. Like it sounds like an insult, and I guess in some ways it is. I'm using it in this context as just somebody who's a big, huge fan of this thing and is very, very excited for it, to the point where maybe they lose a little bit of that critical evaluation. They start to get blinders going on because they're just so crazy excited for it, right? But as we've seen with other people we've looked at with their content, like Colt just like won't even entertain the idea that there are red flags surrounding games that he's excited for on Xbox. And I think that that's really, really unhealthy and really dangerous because that makes you very susceptible to being screwed over. So the fact that this guy's willing to look at potential concerns, mad props. That's super cool.
Like what I put out, ask you to please like, comment, and subscribe. We're very close to 1,000. I'm very grateful.
Yeah, you are. 962. Ooh, baby. We'll throw you a sub too
for you guys, but anywho, let's go ahead and start. So as we all know, Starfield is going to be releasing at 30 FPS. Just because the game is releasing at 30 FPS should not take away people's experience with the game, right? But it is very understandable because it is 2023 and a lot of games honestly need to release at around 60 or at least have a fidelity and performance mode so everybody really feels comfortable with the game. And like, you know what, some days I just want to play with the fidelity out of this world and it looks really good with a sacrifice of performance. And then some people honestly just want to play for performance and say, I just want to enjoy the game. I don't really care much about the graphical side, but
yeah, it's about choice. Like if you can play a game with 30 and it looks amazing, has ray tracing, whatever, awesome, cool. Some people will prefer that. Other people would prefer the higher frame rates. My wife, for example, she doesn't, she's like a phenomenon of science. She just doesn't notice frame rate. She'll play a game at 30 and then you'll switch it to performance and it'll start going at 60 and she won't notice a difference. It's amazing. It's shocking to me because it drives me crazy, the difference between the two. But for her, she'd much rather just play on fidelity at 30. She's totally fine with it. Doesn't care at all. Whereas for me, I'm more of the player that's going to go through on 60 with sacrifices to fidelity. So, how having the option and the choice there is great, but my stance on this from day one of the potential over 30 FPS has just been that it's not disqualifying for a game to be amazing if it runs at 30 in 2023. Would it be better if it runs at 60 or has the support for 60? Yeah. It would also be ideal or better, quote unquote, if it also had 8K support, if it ran at 120, if it ran at 240. That would all be great. It's not required. A game can be amazing and run at 30. A game can be amazing and run at 720p. We've seen that before. Some of the greatest games of all time launched at low resolutions by modern standards and low frame rates by modern standards. Again, it's not ideal, but Starfield could still be amazing running at 30 FPS. And it could even be amazing with some bugs and glitches and stuff. Look back at Fallout New Vegas as an example of a great game that still is pretty broken. But whenever you introduce technical issues or poor frame rates and performance and all that, you have to greatly outweigh that with amazing gameplay, narratives, whatever else you're doing to balance that out. Otherwise, it's just not going to hold up.
I get on Bethesda's side where they say, we want to give you a game that runs smooth all the time, that looks the best in the best way for a console in their opinion. Some people say, well, I like 60 FPS for console because I've got used to it and PlayStation does it, and Xbox also has games where you can do performance and fidelity mode. But then Bethesda says, we want you to experience the game fully and not take away any of the things that make the game great in their eyes. So I understand both of the sides here. And in my opinion, what I would say is, I play on PC, and personally, a lot of people do spend a lot of money on PCs, especially with the specs that they're asking for. It's not anything cheap. It's very pricey. You will be spending roughly around about $1,000 to around $1,500 on a computer that can run this game smoothly at all resolutions. So to take into account, you got to spend all the money on the computer, and then on top of that, you also have to spend, money on the game. And then when you buy the game, it's like, okay, cool, but you remember you got to buy the monitor and things of that nature. So when it comes to PC, it is very expensive, and it's a reason why, because
the central debate for this is over console, and apparently this game, according to people way smarter than me, is almost certainly going to be CPU limited. And that's just an artifact of the types of games that Bethesda makes. They have a lot of simulations going on, and the thing with these games that you have to remember is when you have a lot of simulation stuff happening, that has to be calculated on a frame by frame basis, and so it's not as easy as just like, oh, well, we have the frame that we're rendering, and then when we have some extra time, we'll render these simulation things. That's pretty uncommon. Maybe eventually in like a year or two, we'll start to see some games that use the cloud more, where the cloud handles all of the simulation, NPC simulation, all of that stuff. But that has its own suite of issues, because then you're going to have a single player game that requires online connectivity and decent online connectivity to simulate that stuff off device. So it's probably just not worth it. But this is really common for games like this to be CPU bound. And it's just, again, like for Bethesda, as far as I understand it, getting this thing running at 60 on console probably would not have been as simple as just turning off God rays, turning off fog effects, lowering resolution, whatever. It probably would have included lowering simulation density, lowering, how in Monster Hunter, there's the thing where like past a certain distance of like 30 meters or something, all of the animations for all of the monsters in the distance are at half frame rate. So if you're playing at 30, on like a base PS4, it drops to 15 frames a second for the monsters flapping their wings and flying in the distance. That's the kind of things that they'd have to start doing to maintain the higher frame rate option. And I can understand why they just didn't feel like that was necessary. I totally understand that. So yeah.
Want to play the game at the highest graphics, the best resolution. To me, the best resolution is 4K, but the best gameplay to performance to efficiency system more so for me is 1440p. I love 14.
Totes agree. I mean, honestly, 4K, like, it's nice, but I kind of miss my 1440p 27-inch like little curved. I think it was a Samsung G7 or G8. I don't remember what it was exactly, but that thing, 240 hertz, 1440p. Oh baby, That thing was sexy. It's upstairs. It's Nikki's gaming PC monitor now, but the 4K stuff is nice, but sometimes I feel like 1440p just makes more sense.
1440p gaming. I've been 1440p gaming for a while now. I have had a PS5 before. I gave it to my brother, and when I play the PS5, I do see a lot of online games do cap themselves at 30. A lot of the games cap themselves at 30, and a lot of people might not understand that. So it's very interesting to see that a lot of people that do have criticism are playing games that are online that are locked at 30 FPS. But it's just one of those things where it's very interesting. I just hope that people enjoy the game for the game and not try to criticize the game too early. I hope it launches.
And I totally agree. I think the main reason people are worried about the 30 FPS thing is because this is a shooter and it also has first person gameplay. And that would probably be where most people play games like this, is in first person. And frankly, 30 FPS in first person is not great. It just isn't. And it also causes a lot of motion sickness for some people. I'm one of those people. If I try to play a first person shooter at 30, it gets me motion sick. I just can't do it. My brain doesn't like it. 60 helps, but to really avoid it, I need to go even higher frame rates. So, yeah, but I mean, of course, I agree. Don't judge the game too early. 40 hertz is the minimum for OLED. Yeah. I don't know which monitor in particular you're referencing, but Christian, thank you for the 6-month membership re-upping, by the way. Do you think AMD is intentionally going to keep DLSS out of this game? There's still been no official word from Todd. My understanding is that it's all but confirmed, like, that they already signed a deal with AMD to do FSR whatever support and not allow DLSS. I thought that was already confirmed. Maybe I missed something or misread it. But my understanding was that, yeah, there is no DLSS. Maybe I'm mistaken, but my understanding is that's already like a done deal. They signed it just like back in the day when those Batman Arkham games were coming out, and they all pretty much were built for NVIDIA. So all of the coolest like simulated physics and all of that, the smoke effects, everything, all of that required you to have NVIDIA graphics cards. It's just the same thing here, but they're partnering with AMD. I don't know why they'd go with AMD, because FSR2 is like laughably worse, way worse than DLSS 3 with frame generation and stuff. But I don't know. It might also, I mean, just to be completely clear, it might also just be something that they're doing for the Xbox port of the game. And then on PC, you know, they just copied it over. I don't know, because of course the Xbox doesn't use NVIDIA hardware, so they can't really port that over. So I don't know. I watched some dude called Linus. He does tech tips. He said AMD was doing exclusive stuff, being cagey, and NVIDIA is very direct about working with everybody. Yeah, I don't know. There's some stank there. And as we saw with the frame rate discussion, if Bethesda doesn't come out and just address it up front, I would guess the news is probably bad. So at this point, I would assume that, yeah, it won't support DLSS, which in my opinion sucks, because DLSS is way better than AMD FSR2, but what are you going to do?
It's just bug free. I hope the game runs very, very smooth. I hope the game is very fun and very interesting, and overall on both console and PC runs smooth. If all they're giving us is a game that looks great and runs smooth, then that's all we need. We don't need to add the extra things, but I do understand the 60 FPS situation, because who doesn't want to play games at 60? But if the game feels good on the controller at 30 and it looks amazing, then what's the problem here? Take the game for what it is and just enjoy the experience. I get the frustration, I honestly do understand, but if the game runs smooth in your hand and looks very good, there really shouldn't be a problem, because a lot of the games that you guys have played that you had the most fun with have released at 30 FPS. So just try to enjoy the game for what it is. Just have fun. Now the next issue.
Oh, shout out Rocky. Thank you for the member. Thank you, Rocky. I'll get you your AC Mirage copy, don't you worry. And yeah, no, I totally agree. There is plenty of games that we can point to that run fine, that are at 30 FPS, that are actually phenomenal. Like even Tears of the Kingdom that launched this year runs at a really piss poor resolution, and 30, sometimes dropping below that, and it's still a phenomenal game.
That I have a very
Did I get nauseous playing Zelda? No, because it's third person. But if I try to play a first person game at 30, oh baby, I get sick. I get mad sick. It's just not good. Like trying to play Doom at 30. Oh God. Don't do that. Don't do that. Come on. Super chat alert. Come on. Read it. Yeah, it's just Puke Fest. Thank you, Alphatron. Thank you. You guys are being very generous today. My goodness.
04 Alphatron super chatted $9.99. I just don't get how some people hate on Star Citizen but speak on Starfield like it's the games to end all games. SC is a space simulator MMO. Starfield single player RPG, 2 different genres.
Totally agree. 2 different genres, and they're trying to do 2 very different things. Yeah, I don't think that they're directly comparable as individual games, but you can compare features. And that's why I've been saying, like, Star Citizen as an MMO has support for all of these features that Starfield can't get working seemingly in a single player game. And that's why I think it's worth bringing up, is it's like, guys, they got this working in a multiplayer game. You should be able to get this working in a single player game.
Very, very, very strong opinion on is the fact that the game does not have land vehicles, or you cannot.
Okay, yeah, this is the big one. This is why we clicked on this video.
Yes. So just try to enjoy the game for what it is. Just have fun. Now the next issue that I have a very, very, very strong opinion on is
very, very, very strong opinion on. Okay, somebody came into chat. Somebody came into chat and was like, "Hey, I saw this creator that made a video describing how land vehicles not being present in this game is not a big deal." And for anybody not aware at this point, Starfield will not have rovers. It will not have speed bikes. You cannot fly your ship in the atmosphere. If you want to, I can demonstrate this way, because I think this will make it the most clear. If we just pull up Google Earth and do it this way. So if you were playing something like, how do I rotate? I'm not a Google Earth pro. I'm sorry, guys. There we go. So if this is a planet we're exploring in Starfield, let's say I decide, I want to land on Madagascar. So I click down here, and this is my landing pad, right? Okay, so down here is where I'm going. We zoom all the way in, and it generates a landing pad, say here, and then I land, and I'm good. Do they actually have these streets? No, they don't. Maybe if I go over here into like a city, they'll have the streets. Okay, so let's say I land right here on this. Is it on a boat? Yeah, they actually scanned it on a boat. Dude, what? I didn't know Google Earth did this. They actually got on a boat and scanned it for street view, but it's water view. Okay. No, I had no idea this was a thing they did, but shout out. People in Madagascar scanning. Anyway, so let's say I land here and I look off in the distance and I'm playing Starfield and I'm like, ooh, baby. So there's not much around me. Maybe they generated some stuff. You can see there's like, I don't know if that's a resort or what. Like they've got some stuff over here and I go, okay, I can run over there and explore that. Take me a little bit to run over there and explore that. There's some more stuff and buildings over here. Maybe there's a couple of places to mine some materials over here. All pretty close, but I can run off and I can do that. But in Starfield, if I wanted to go, say, over there to that mountain, I can't just hop in my ship and fly over there real quick. What you have to do is you have to pull up a separate menu, and then you have to go back to the world view, literal world view, just like this. And then I'd have to try and reselect a landing zone, like over here, to land over here and get closer to, yeah, like none of this is tracked. So I'd have to go over here and then land over here, trying to get closer to that mountain, hoping that it works. This is a little scary. Like, this is a very dark, scary forest. It's just, okay, well, it's just a guy. Okay. Anyway, so then from here, I'd have to go over and I'd have to start exploring again, trying to get to that mountain. So it's incredibly difficult to actually get to where you want to go when in a game like Star Citizen, which we'll see here in a little bit when we boot in, I can just hop in my ship, fly a kilometer over, and it's no problem. In Starfield, there is no system like that. You're just stuck to
Sam
fast
Allen
traveling.
Super chatted $4.99.
Thank you.
Hey Luke. Been binging your reviews since I found you 2 months ago.
Oh baby.
Thank you for all the hard work you put into your videos.
Thank you.
Glad to catch a stream.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you caught it too, and thank you for the super chat. Very generous, and yeah, thank you for watching. What else can I say? Thank you. And Corey, thank you as well.
Corey Sutton super chatted $6.35. Hey Luke. What's your opinion on Rockay City Crime Boss? I only just realized it's been out for a while now as no one talks about it. Face with monocle.
Yeah, for those of you guys that might not remember this is the game that looked like a GTA ripoff, but it ended up being a Payday ripoff with like Chuck Norris and all those celebrities in it. It launched, it got like a 4 out of 10. It launched all the way back in March, if you can believe it. It's been out for a minute, but it's just totally dead on arrival. I was gonna play it and make like a video on it or something. I'm not sure how it will do. I mean, maybe we still do a video on it, like one of the worst game of 2023 that nobody's talking about or something like that. We'll do a video on it. I think it could be fun because apparently it's just a disaster. It's just not good. So yeah, it's just atrocious, but it goes to show you star power might work sometimes in movies, does not work in video games. People don't really give a crap if Chuck Norris is in a video game if the game sucks. They just don't care. So it's probably good. I'm proud of the gaming community for not giving them money.
Is the fact that the game does not have land vehicles,
Okay.
or you cannot fly your ship around the planet. Now,
Yeah, so this to me is a big deal. This problem is a big deal to me. And the reason is because this game is built on exploration, and the whole selling point of 1,000 planets is that there are 1,000 planets to explore, not to go land on one spot and look around, but to explore. It's procedurally generated. It's not like they're handcrafting everything in these planets. It is procedurally generated. So I would expect there to at least be a lot. And it seems like there is a lot of planet to explore. However, you can't freely explore it in a way that would make sense for a space game, where you hop in your spaceship, you fly around the planet where you want to go, or you drop a rover and then you go and you ride the rover around the planet. And to be clear, the reason why this seems to have been done is not because it was a feature that they chose to enact, but because the creation engine cannot keep up with movement that fast with things loading in and out. They just can't, without a load screen at least. Thank you, S. Glenn. My goodness, you guys are popping off today. What did I do? Is it what I'm wearing?
S. Glenn super chatted $12.69. I suspect the Starfield planets are significantly smaller than you might expect. If they were real planet-sized planet, BGS would have bragged about that. Smaller planet make more sense for no vehicles.
First of all, thank you for the 10 pounds. Very generous. Secondly, I think that the planets will be smaller than like Earth-sized or Mars-sized. I don't think that they're going to be that big. But I do think that they have built these things in a way where they are impressively large, still very, very big, and you're not expected to walk from one end to another. Like, I don't think that I don't think that that's here. I think it would be cool if they actually got the planets working to the point where you can just walk in one direction endlessly and eventually reach the other side of the planet. And you better believe at launch, there's going to be people that test that. I'm going to be one of them, where I'm going to go into the console commands. I'm going to set movement speed to 1,000, and then I'm just going to, or 10,000, whatever it is. And I'm just going to walk in a straight line and see if I go all the way around the planet back to where I started. I would really hope that that's in here. My fear is that it's not. And what they've basically done is they've just created really big procedurally flat worlds, hoping that you don't test it like that. That's my expectation, is that these aren't actual planets. These are procedurally generated worlds that you access by clicking on a spherical object. That's what I'm expecting. And I think that's why you can't just fly around freely. And, because if they knew that it wasn't, well, it's not why you can't fly around freely. That's because of the engine. But I think once they realized they couldn't get that working in the game, they decided, okay, well, then we don't need to bother with a spherical map that is procedurally generated. Let's just make a flat map that's procedurally generated. And nobody's going to be crazy enough to walk in a straight line for a year in game or 10 years in game, whatever it takes you to walk around a planet. And you know, so nobody will ever notice. So we'll be fine. So that's what I'm expecting. But again, it's a big deal to me that this is not present in the game, because this will actively harm exploration and make it very difficult, in my view, to get immersed in a game where I have a spaceship and I want to go a mile that way, but I can't. I have to get in my ship and basically teleport, or as I said earlier in the stream, teleportate over in order to make any sort of significant distance across the map. It's just really, really weird. And mods will come and mods will fix this for PC, but console players are going to be left behind. Literally.
Starfield is a game of exploration. It's more so of a game where you could do everything that you want, but in order to do everything that you want, you have to use the resources around you. You have to be immersed in the game. You have to live inside of this world in order to gain something from it. And it's
Totally agree, which is why it's weird you can't use your spaceship as you want. It's just weird. It's a spaceship that can fly, and you can't fly it in a planet's atmosphere, at least the way you want to. It can land, it can fly, the game can fly it for you, but like, it's just weird. Did I see the bear news with Baldur's Gate 3? I don't think so. I don't think so. I saw something about Baldur's Gate. I don't know. Let me know what's going on.
the same as Skyrim and Fallout 4. Fallout 4 has no land vehicles whatsoever. And people are like, okay, it's supposed to be post-apocalyptic. It's not supposed to have any type of vehicles or whatever the case may be. It's supposed to feel
Hold on.
the same as Skyrim and Fallout 4. Fallout 4 has no land vehicles whatsoever. And people are like, okay, it's supposed to be post-apocalyptic. It's not supposed to have any type of vehicles or whatever the case may be. It's
except for vertebrates, which everybody else is allowed to use except you. You know? So, yeah. I mean, again, Fallout 4, remember we were talking earlier in the stream about a thing and then the excuse for the thing. The excuse can make sense. It doesn't change whether or not the thing it's excusing or attempting to excuse it is a good thing, you know? So for Fallout 4, no vehicles, yeah, that you can fly. Other characters in the game can fly and can do stuff, but in Fallout 4, you, the player, can't. And they say that's because it's post-apocalyptic, because it's not what they want. They want you to go explore on foot, blah, blah, blah. Whatever excuse there is might be valid, might not be, but it doesn't change the fact that there's this problem where there's no ability to fly while other characters in the game can, you know? So it's a different consideration.
Disco Cobra 2013 super chatted $10.
Thank you, my friend.
Does that make a game like No Man's Sky considerably more impactful? Maybe the game launched in a poor state, but now you have a fully fleshed out game with full planets to explore. Starfield might not.
Yeah, if I were No Man's Sky's team, I would be telling them to like prep a mad marketing budget for right around a week after Starfield launches, because all of these things that I think players are going to hop into Starfield expecting, and then they get disappointed when it doesn't work quite the way they were hoping. I think Starfield or No Man's Sky already does a lot of that. It's wild what you can do in No Man's Sky. I think they need a revamped tutorial sequence. I think they need to rebuild the opening like 3-4 hours of the game, because they're painfully slow and do a really bad job of showing what that game can do. But No Man's Sky is wild how much stuff is there and how much they've supported stuff. It's true at launch you couldn't find other players, that wasn't in the game, but the game has changed a lot since that Krabby Cat video was made. I'll tell you what, if you're not familiar with some of the stuff they're doing now, just go look up some of the No Man's Sky updates. It's crazy what they have now. It's wild. Anyway, but let's hear what his justification is going to be for this. I think where he's going to go is that it's not a big deal that there's no rovers and things on the planet for you to explore, and it's not a big deal you can't fly your ship in the planet's atmosphere, because Bethesda wants you to explore on foot. That's how they can cater the experience specifically to you. So it's actually a good thing. It's not a bad thing. That's where I think he's going.
It's supposed to feel like you're lost in this post-apocalyptic world, which is understandable. But at the same time, if you have these very, very, very complex guns, then what is the delaying factor when it comes to the vehicles? You can say architecture. Well, that makes sense. But here's the interesting thing about Starfield. You have to live in the game. Like I said, you have to be inside the game, and you can't...
Oh, what was his little pop-up text?
That makes sense. But here's the interesting...
You can say the same about Starfield. Yeah, like, they have spaceships. Why can they not build rovers?
interesting thing about Starfield. You have to live in the game. Like I said, you have to be inside the game, and you can't just brush past everything. Now, if you had a land vehicle right now and you had the game in your hands and you need iron, you're going to speed your way around the whole planet until you find your iron, speed back to your ship, and just go. That's it. You're just going to speed past it. If you had space flight inside of the planet, which they said they don't have, you would just fly across everything, get what you wanted, and then leave. Where is the experience and the fun in that? Where is the immersion inside of that? That is the problem. We have the ability to make living quarters that we can transport with us where we want to go. And it seems like people's last resorting factor when it comes to this game is it doesn't have land vehicles, it sucks. That is not the correct way to judge a game. I mean, I understand, but at the same time, it just seems like if you want to immerse yourself in space, you have to have the sense of scarcity. I have this ship that I can take with me wherever I want, but I have to go to these very intense planets to get the things that I need. So I have to be careful. I have to know my surroundings. I have to make sure that my suit fits the environment. Why do we also have to have a car? I know I get it. It would be cool, but
I mean, I get maybe where our terms are confused because to me, immersion is like being in a state where you are able to get lost in this universe, this world, and where the world makes sense and is consistent. The rules of the game make sense and are consistent. So you're able to get lost in the world. It's not constantly pulling you out with stuff that doesn't work. You know, that's why no load screens are awesome, because it just lets you get lost. You never have to stop. You know, it just is constantly shifting and flowing through gameplay. However, what he's saying is like to be in a vehicle where you can race to a mining, I guess, spot is going to be harming to immersion. I just don't see it. I mean, there are countless other games with space exploration as their driving gameplay mechanic, like No Man's Sky, like Star Citizen, Elite Dangerous, whatever you want to point at. And I'm pretty sure all of those, Elite Dangerous, you're in a ship, but you know, it's a separate thing. But like No Man's Sky, Star Citizen, these games have had rovers and land vehicles and the ability to free fly your planets in the atmosphere, certainly, for ages and ages and ages. Pretty much since launch. I think No Man's Sky had it at launch. It certainly did, flying ships at launch. I don't know if they had rovers or anything at launch. I don't think they did. But No Man's or Star Citizen certainly has had it for years and years and years. And those people, I mean, Star Citizen gamers, I'll tell you what, if you want to know what it's like to be immersed in a video game, I'll tell you what. Go talk to some people who are hardcore into Star Citizen. It's crazy the level of immersion some of those people get into. So I don't think it harms immersion to have a rover. I think it actually harms immersion more to be like, I'm flying in a spaceship, I land it through a cutscene, and I want to go over there, but I can't fly my freaking spaceship. And despite us having the technology to build spaceships, I can't have a rover to just hop in and drive over there, so I don't have to go hopping or boosting with a jetpack across a desolate landscape. I would find that more disrupting, personally. Feels like space is just a feature in Starfield. Yeah. Well, it's just, I think that this is a big deal because it harms immersion, and he's saying that it helps it. And frankly, if we're at the point where you're saying X like actually helps immersion, not being able to use rovers or fly your ship freely how you want to, if you're saying that helps your immersion, but I'm saying it harms it, we just have a fundamental disagreement. I just don't think we're ever going to agree. And I could be like, oh, well, you're just so hyped for the game that you don't care. I could excuse your concerns or your lack of concern that way. But then I'm just like telling you what you're thinking, and I don't want to do that. I just think we disagree. Like if you truly, honestly, and it's not just the copium speaking, if you truly, honestly think that this helps your immersion, we just aren't going to agree. We just disagree. So his version of immersion is knowing that he's in a game and that there is an indefinite reason for why a machine is present. Like if Amnesia wasn't always dark, it wouldn't make you feel uneasy. Or a mechanic, yeah. It's, let's see. Grady says, it's clear Starfield is built around players on foot encountering creatures and enemies with no easy escape button. If you had a car or a bike or whatever, you're skipping the most fun part of the game. Well, so it's kind of like the chicken and the egg. Which came first? Did they decide not to have vehicles first and then build the gameplay around it? Or did they build the gameplay and then after they built the gameplay decide not to have vehicles and stuff? I think it's frankly silly to say that you couldn't have meaningful encounters on the planet's surface with vehicles. I could point to literally any single open world adventure game that has vehicles that's decent. Like whether you look at something like GTA 5 or even Red Dead with horses, those are technically vehicles. Okay. They are vehicles that move a player. It's a movement vehicle. Okay. And even those, I would say you are riding along in Red Dead, traveling faster than you would on foot. You're going along, having a great time. And then you see something interesting. What do? You pull off and you stop. You could say, yeah, well, when you get into a dangerous encounter, then you hop back on the horse and you can leave. It's true. You can do that. But when you do that, you don't get the reward of finishing that encampment and getting whatever rewards that they might have on their bodies or in loot or whatever. So to me, it seems much more likely that Bethesda realized pretty early on they did not have the tech. And this is what I've heard from countless people who work in the creation engine. I'm not a coder. I'm not a mod developer. I'm not anybody like that. But I've spoken to plenty of people who are working on huge mods within the Creation Engine and Creation Engine 2. It's the same thing. It's just updated, so it's the same thing. And everybody I've spoken to who knows what they're talking about and is way smarter than me has said the Creation Engine just simply is not built and is not capable of streaming data that quickly, of bringing in new data and dumping the old data that fast. It just can't do it. So they just have decided it's not worth having those vehicles that will try to do that because it would cause them to sacrifice countless other things to try and get that working. And so they just decide to move on and they focus on other things. And whether or not those things counterbalance and make up for the lack of vehicles, lack of free use of your spaceship, I don't know. Maybe the rest of the game is so amazing it doesn't matter that there's no vehicles. Or maybe the rest of the game is kind of okay, and the fact that there's no vehicles is just a nail in the coffin. It's just like, oh my God, this constantly is driving me crazy, you know? Oh no, absolutely. The Creation Engine is a scrap machine. I just think they've mastered that kind of gameplay loop, and a vehicle wouldn't easily square into that circle hole. Well, and Grady, I think that that's an interesting point. It's like, yeah, Bethesda is really good at crafting experiences on foot. And I think that this is a very valid question to say, well, maybe they decided vehicles were not worth it on the planet's surface because then you'll travel too fast past all of this stuff. And then they can't adequately simulate or procedurally generate points of interest because you'd be traveling too fast. You'd be able to just fly literally straight over things that they wanted you to explore. And that could totally be fair. Okay. I think that that's totally legitimate. I would say other games still, once again, have given you very fast vehicles and players still find or manage to find points of interest to explore. See you, Lucas. Much love. Thanks for coming by. So I would say that that's not a disqualifying thing. Like, I just don't think that you can't, like, oh, you have vehicles so you can't have meaningful exploration anymore. I just don't buy that. I just frankly don't buy that. But it is true that what it seems to be is that Bethesda realized they weren't going to have vehicles. They weren't going to allow you to fly your ship in the atmosphere. And then after that, they said, okay, well, now that we've settled on that, players are going to walk around on foot. And knowing that once you land, we can then procedurally generate and place at specified distances different things, for you to find and explore and navigate. And if that's what they chose to do, again, maybe it works out really, really well. But I think it's just clear to me that this is not going to be like No Man's Sky. It's not going to be like Star Citizen. I would personally put a pretty good chunk of change if I were a betting man. I'd put a Benjamin or two on Black, saying that I don't think you're going to be able to travel from one end of the planet to the other all the way around. I don't think that if you get on like an ice ball with nothing on it, I don't think you're going to be able to circumnavigate the planet. I'm guessing what they're doing is that it's a sphere. You select a point on the sphere to fast travel to, and then the game simulates and procedurally generates a vast expanse in front of you to explore. And then when you're done, you fast travel away and that goes away. That's cleared out. Kind of dumped. It would not surprise me if you couldn't go back. So I think it's probably just going to be a big flat expanse like this desk, and you can travel. And then when you leave, that goes away. And if you set like, you know, the classic thing with a rubber band on your controller, you pull it forward so you can get up and go make a hot pocket or something while the game keeps running, generating XP or whatever for you. I would guess if you did that, and then you also went on the PC console commands and you set this running speed at 10,000 units a second or whatever it is, and you just blast across, I would guess you never reach back to where you started. I don't think they're going to be spherical, I would guess. And again, I would put some money on it because everything they've said has been so cagey that I'm guessing that's what it is. Let's see. Metaphorical, in your Avatar video, thanks for watching that, by the way, you mentioned Snowdrop as the next version of Ubisoft's engine, seemingly in a positive light, wondering what's the difference here as someone who knows not. Metaphorical, there's some stuff which I think will become apparent in the coming months as they show off some more stuff. I've seen some things behind closed doors that are very impressive with this Ubisoft engine. And just to, like, I forget what it's called, Ubisoft. I forget, there's a specific name. Like the scalar technology is one thing that they're doing. This thing's kind of crazy. Like, look at this. This is one of those things from Ubisoft's tech that is wild.
Over the course of their history, video games have evolved to bring more and more players into worlds where they can experience new adventures. Step by step, game makers have taken advantage of incremental improvements in technology to push the boundaries of what is possible. Always dreaming of bigger and more interactive game worlds, yet always being limited by the computing power at their disposal.
These are the exact same problems that like every one of these developers have run into. Exact same thing.
What if we could make this limitation a thing of the past? Games are powered by engines. The bigger and deeper games have become, the more complex the engines.
Remember I was mentioning earlier that eventually we'd probably see games that take like NPC simulations and stuff and take that into the cloud? That's something that I like. This is a solution to. Okay, so that's what they're talking about in the coming moments. Okay, so this type of engine technology could actually create, I think, the game that Bethesda is kind of pitching that I would guess they probably don't totally deliver on, but it's this kind of thing that they're going to describe.
Animation, sound, rendering, physics, gameplay, and many more systems are crammed into the engine in very static ways, making major changes increasingly difficult. Our approach is different. We are setting game makers free from the restrictions of single machine computing, transforming these engine systems into distributed services and allowing them to harness vast amounts of processing power in the cloud. This enables the construction of gigantic game worlds at a scale far greater than anything that has come before. This technology is built to power the game worlds of tomorrow. To bring them to life, it supports massive numbers of game assets, simulations, AI and player entities. And because the dreams of players and game makers are constantly evolving, this technology is made to evolve alongside them, updating constantly and adding more capabilities as they are needed without interrupting play. Imagine a game world, vast, rich, and fully simulated, populated by an unlimited number of players, all sharing and shaping a single reality together. Not long ago, this could only have been a dream. Today, we are building the technology to make this happen. Introducing Ubisoft Scalar.
So this is like one of those things that I was referencing earlier, where you harness the power of the cloud to do a lot of the stuff that limits games on console and PC right now. The downside, and I think it's a big downside that pisses off a lot of people, is that this would require single player games be always online, and they would not function if they were offline. So this is not something where it's like, oh, it's a DRM that locks it to online only. No, like if it's not online, it can't simulate NPCs, it can't simulate water, it can't simulate all of this other stuff. The game just does not work. So this tech is amazing and could be used to do some wild things, but it also has a series of pretty big red flags. It also, allows for a unified system, which smells like NFTs. Certainly is where this started. Ubisoft, I think, was playing around a lot with NFTs just a few short months ago. Even they launched that Assassin's Creed Mirage NFT project in the last few months. But they've seen pretty clearly NFTs are dying quickly. Justin Bieber's NFT, they just showed that it lost 95% of its value since he bought it. So NFTs, I think, are a thing of the past. It's clear the public just does not care about them. And now everybody's shifted. All those NFT bros are now moving into AI stuff. And they're all like, oh, let me show you how to use this command prompt to get AI to jerk you off with a rake. Like, it's just ridiculous. So they're just moving on to the next, wagon. But this kind of technology that we're talking about here is what Ubisoft and their new engine stuff is capable of. And I would guess that over the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to start to see games that do things that are truly next generation, like truly amazing. Because you think back, the same strategy of game development has been at play, the same overarching structure of it has been consistent since the 2000s. Like, you get the game working on this console, it runs on the console, maybe it syncs save data, this or that, maybe it talks to other players through the cloud, but that's pretty much it. Harnessing cloud simulation to help run your game has not really been done at all. Like, there's some games like Star Citizen does it with their shard technology to make it so that things are persistent in the universe. So if you drop a can in the game world on a planet in some cave somewhere off in the distance, and you leave for 6 months in the real world, you can come back, and as long as nobody's touched it, that can will still be there in that game world. That's cool, and that's using the cloud tech that they have working as of today in Star Citizen. But that's just a small piece of what you could do with cloud computing and some of this stuff. So it's just a whole other thing. But going back to this guy from New World, or the creator named New World, I would just say I think we have a fundamental disagreement. I would say you're doing great work. I think your production quality is very impressive. Editing is very good. Your music, you're using those stream beats. Love it. I would say really solid content, and I would say keep going, keep on the grind, and mad props again for trying to look at potential negatives while also being hyped for something. I take the stance, I think hype makes you stupid. I think it puts blinders up and makes people ignore things that could be really, really concerning, and should warn you about potential concerns. And I would say I'm seeing some signs of those blinders going on, where there are things that I would say are pretty clearly downsides or bad things that are getting a lot of free passes, but mad props for still being willing to discuss it. I think that's still very, very impressive. We've watched a lot of videos from fanboys and from Xbox fanboys and Bethesda fanboys, and I would say this is probably the most level-headed one I can think of that we've watched. So I would say it's pretty well done. All told. And who knows, if you want to talk about it, if you want to debate Starfield a little bit, reach out to us on the Discord. Rocky can help set something up, and we can talk on like Discord or something on a future stream. I think that'd be super fun. So anyway, since everything is persistent, that means you can create digital scarcity even in single player games, and it could be a way for Ubisoft to try and bring their NFTs in a more organic way. Yeah, going back to the NFT thing, I just am not sure if I would put a lot of money on Ubisoft doubling down on the NFT thing. I think that they're going to shift and find some other way. Maybe they wrap it up in a different coat of paint. Maybe they abandon it and find a new scheme. But it's pretty clear from every major studio that has tried NFTs, it doesn't work. It's a ton of money and it's a ton of wasted time. And I mean, point at any one of those countless NFT games that have launched in the last 2 years since the NFT craze started in 2021. And pretty much all of them have flopped hardcore. Dr. Disrespect has gotten roasted like crazy for trying to implement NFTs into his game. So it's that's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. When Maddie's coming, or when is Maddie coming on to put you in your place? Soon. We're gonna try to do a collab soon. He's a very busy man. I've been very busy, so it's been a little complicated to get going. But yeah. Metaphorical, thank you also for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Guys, I'm about to pee my pants. So I'm going to go on a BRB screen or whatever I have. I'll be back. So just chill. In the meantime, what do I have? I don't know if I have anything. I'm going to like actually pee my pants though. I have to go so bad. It's like a whole thing. Okay, I'm going to do one of those Hassan reactions. So, just look at this Warhammer figure and I'll be back. You guys hold down the fort for like 90 seconds, whatever it takes me to pee. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, had to grab a cheese stick. It was like a whole thing. Sorry. Terribly sorry. Oh, anyway, how are you guys? Yeah. Oh yeah, I washed my hands. Why do you think it took me extra time? It always reminds me of of The Office, where Kevin is like stressing out. I forget what they're doing. They're at like a wedding or something, and he's like very anxious, clearly. And Oscar goes, "What's wrong, Kevin?" He's like, "I have to go pee." It's like, okay, well, why don't you just go pee? It's gonna be super quick. He's like, "No, I don't know if I have time." It's like, I mean, how long does it take you to pee? Just go, you pee, and come back. It'll be super fast. He's like, "No, it's not the peeing that takes so long. It's putting my tie back on." It always made me laugh because it's like, yeah, I just find it really funny. Anyway, putting my tie back on. I was gonna go into like a whole thing. I watched a video of DSP, and I was like, no, that's not funny. I won't go into that. And then I was like, oh, but I did watch that video on Brendan Schaub, that comedian that Joe Rogan got started, that has like the worst rated comedy special of all time, both of them. And he also is like well known that he only pees in sinks. I'm not kidding. Like at his studio, he has Thick Boy Studios where he makes all of his content. It's like his little production company. And at the production company, he is known to only pee in the sink. He won't pee in the urinal or in the toilet. He pees in the sink. And they had Howie Mandel on as a guest one day, like for one of their podcasts. And Howie was like really, really uncomfortable because he's like, I was told that you pee in the sink. And Howie Mandel is like a well-known germaphobe. It was really, really funny. It was really, really funny. It was just a whole thing. Yeah, DSP is always funny to point and laugh at. Well, these videos of DSP, man, I've seen, they've started getting recommended to me on YouTube, and of course I watch them and I can't stop. Because there's parts where I'm like, oh, he just seems like a guy that's trying. You know, he's... Can't hate on the guy. Yeah, he's cringy at times, but you know, he's trying. And then you find out that he spent like $40,000 at least on WWE champions while e-begging. And like e-begging is something we get thrown around. You guys have been stupid generous today with super chats, and I of course greatly appreciate that. And I love to see new members. That's always super cool because now we can hang out in the members only streams, which are much more intimate. Like I love that stuff, but you know, this live channel, this whole thing is not a profitable venture. Maybe one day it will be, but I do this because I love it and I love hanging out with you guys. So the super chats are always greatly appreciated. But like, if we don't make any super chats during the stream, I'll be totally okay. Like, it's not. Don't think that it's like, oh no, if I don't send Luke money, he's gonna starve to death. Like, no, it's gonna be okay. But some of these DSP streams are just hilarious, where he's just like, I thought about writing out word for word what he says in some of them. Because what he'll do is he's like, honestly, this stream has had 0 support, so I guess you guys don't care if I starve to death. It's just like so, not even passive aggressive. It's just aggressive, man. Oh, wow. Damn funny, though. Damn funny. Anyway. Shift that, close the Ubisoft thing. Where am I? I don't know. I lost it. Guys, we need more support. Support is down this week, and I don't know if I can afford my Hunger My Frozen. Well, dude, it's just, there's so much where it's like, I always thought that the term e-begging was maybe a little, I just didn't think it was fair. And then I saw some of these clips and I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. What's this one? It's him being bitter about something in Zelda. While I eat my cheese stick.
Only use one? Only use one fan. Seriously. One singular fan. There's no way this is gonna work because I can't activate it now. Okay, I give up. I don't care. I really don't care. I'm not gonna do it.
Who fucking cares? Very good. Final Slayer of Badam, nobody cares. So please stop. Because I don't even want to know. I seriously don't even care if it's positive. I don't even want to know.
I can't do this till I'm tougher. So forget this. I guess this is the Rito one, right? That's the Rito region. This is the Gerudo region. So why don't I just hit due west and see what's due west?
Very little interaction. Almost no one's.
Oh yeah, look at this. This is the kind of thing. Like he'll talk about interaction or support.
Stream. Feel free to speak. No one's really talking to me today on stream. I don't know why. And not very little interaction. Almost no one's talking to me. People are talking about Hunter x Hunter and shit that I can't talk about because I've never seen. I don't know why.
I have a square platform. This is all I have? A square platform?
So I'm logging that.
There's no wheels or anything, so how do I do?
I told Nikki, I was like, I'm done being a chubster. I'm done. I'm not a big guy, but like I got a little bit of that dad bod. You know, I got a little chub. When I walk, I feel a little jiggle. We've all been there. So I told Nikki, I was like, I'm done. Because I put most of my weight, I feel in my face. You know, I feel it right here. It gets my cheeks. You guys can see. Like, ooh, did you see Luke's cheeks today? Those are cheeky. That's me. Okay? So I told Nikki, I was like, I'm just done. I'm sick and tired of it. So I'm gonna like start logging all my food. We're gonna be very, very good about I'm gonna be running on the treadmill I have in the garage every evening. I'm gonna like actually get this done. We're gonna drop the weight. So, and I only have like, I only really want to lose like maybe 10, 15 pounds, but I think it's gonna make me feel a lot better about myself, about just being healthier. So yeah, that's why I'm gonna try very, very hard to avoid the needless snacking. You notice I have the one Red Bull. It's the mini one. Shout out to Red Bull for sending me an unlimited supply of these. It's very tempting, but I get one of these a day. This is instead of coffee, and it's my treat. So I'm gonna try to be a good boy and actually lose a little bit of weight, and I'm gonna tell you guys about it so that you hold me accountable and you can be like, hey Luke, you being a fat piece of shit right now? And I'm gonna be like, no, I did well. Or I'll get really quiet. Okay, so you guys know. It's gonna be like a whole thing. You have the biggest cheeks in the industry. You're goddamn right. Jesse, have you seen my cheeks? Jesse.
Do this.
Oh man. Also,
can I go up here?
Also, real quick, Caleb, are you in chat? Caleb, are you still here? Are you in chat? Let me know. Look at what just arrived, by the way. You ready? This just came in the mail. This is also part of the reason it took me a little bit longer to come down. You ready? Oh, oh. I know that's Halo, but whatever. Yeah, Magnus came. So he's going to be the very, very last guy that I build. I have all the rest in here to construct before getting to this guy, but this is going to be the very last one that I put together. Oh, yeah. Magnus, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if Caleb's in here. I know he might be working. He popped in for a little bit earlier. Anyway. Ooh, Rocky has some e-begging stuff. Oh, you know, I love me some of that e-begging stuff. Oh, baby. Hold on. Copy link address.
Livestream.
Let's see.
Fail. Number 8.
It doesn't really matter
Oh, this one.
or how much money you have. That's really the thing. Because I'm not asking you for a large financial contribution. If it cost $20 to sub, $20 is quite a bit of money. $20 is you can get a full meal for $20. And the difference of $20 and eating a meal is in that $20. Like, that's where it is. But a sub is $5. At maximum, in whatever your currency is, it's maybe $10. And it doesn't matter how broke you are. If you have time to watch Twitch, you have $10, truly. If
bitch!
You don't have $10, you
fucking serious, bitch?
Because you should be working. You should be trying to earn money. It's not a ton. It's not like a ton of money. So being like, I'm broke, I can't afford to sub, that doesn't really track. What you mean to say is, I'm so irresponsible with my money, I can't support the entertainment that I enjoy.
Livestream fail.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. This reminds me of Pokimane saying, like, it's not a big deal that Kick offers a 95-5 split versus Twitch is now, after you reach a certain point, 50-50 sub split. She's like, it's not a big deal because it's just, at the end of the day, it's not going to make that big of a difference. It's like, yeah, when you're like worth $30 million, yeah, it probably does make a big difference. You already own your mansion free and clear. You drive your super fancy Bugatti, whatever, free and clear. You're good. Like, you don't need that extra money. Sure. But to somebody, like, I remember the days, and some of you guys were here for it, when I had to, like, take a cash advance on my little college credit card I had that had, like, a $500 credit line limit. Like, that was the max you could put on it. It's like a starter credit card. They give it to people with 0 credit. And I had to take a cash advance on it, maxing it out, just so I could make my rent while I was going to school, while I was in college. And there were days where I literally did not eat. Like, I would go to my roommate, Caleb, the one and only Caleb that we were just talking about, and ask him if I could have some of his, like, bread that he had on the counter. And I might just eat a couple of pieces of bread. Like, or I would buy, like, ramen in big bulk packs when my mom would go to Sam's Club because I couldn't afford a Sam's membership. So whenever she would go, I would give her the money, or I would go with her and get a big thing of ramen noodles, and I would eat those when times were really, really tight. And so, like, I remember being in the spot where I was very broke. Very broke. Where $5 actually was the difference between eating and not eating. Like, and it wasn't, oh, you're just financially irresponsible. It was like, no, I was working full time at Best Buy. Before that, I worked as a janitor. I was working my ass off, putting myself through college. Even then, I ended up with a bunch of student loans I'm still paying off. I did everything right, and I was still broke as shit. So when people like this that are very wealthy, that are sitting on cam and are lecturing you about being irresponsible with your money, it's just so rich. Like, I understand. She's like, well, I'm entertaining you. I don't know who would find this entertaining, but she's like, I'm entertaining you, so you at the very least can give me $5. Like, come on. She's like, if you were going to the movies for 2 hours, you'd pay $10. You're hanging out with me for 4 hours, you can give me $5. I understand what she's saying, but the entitlement is what's truly stunning. Like, that's what's really stunning. If you're just trying to say, hey, listen, guys, I'm trying to do this for a living, and I gotta have the subs or memberships or donos, whatever it is, to make this work, I'm just gonna level with you. That's what it is. And so if you guys can't do it, okay, I'll go and I'll probably need to look for a job or whatever. Like, if she was just honest and legit like that, cool. But you better believe that she's already considered in the top 1/10 of 1% probably when she's filming this video, lecturing people that are very broke, potentially to give her money. And it's just, and then implying that if they don't give her money, that they're just really irresponsible and they should be ashamed of themselves. Like, it's just amazing. It's amazing. But what's even more amazing is that this stuff works. Like, all of these DSP clips that we were looking at, they're super cringe. But yeah, like, they're super, super cringe, but it still works. Like, the reason he does it is because people actually still send money when he asks for it. Like, he'll come out and say, can you please give me, like, guys, I need $100 by the end of tonight. Otherwise I'm screwed. And then people will send it. It's weird, but her doing that, she got on live stream fails, went probably a little bit viral, and not a little bit, she went really viral. And it works. I mean, it's just crazy.
Excuse me. On the tips side of things, our first tipper of the day.
Dead air staring at chat for 10 seconds.
All right, this is hilarious. This is going to be a really quick answer. An anonymous dollar tipper. And then, by the way, I should preface the question. I will preface the question by saying this. Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, every once in a while, this used to happen on Ask the King, and it still happens on my daily streams. Someone will make a qualifying statement and then ask me a question about it. Like, they'll say, this person said this, what do you think? Now, I don't know if it's true or not. I'm not confirming or denying what this person is about to say. I can't. I don't have time to go fucking vet what they're saying here. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to read this statement. I'm going to react directly to the statement, assuming it's true. If the statement is completely false, then guess what? You can disregard the answer. You'll know my answer if the statement was true, but it's a qualifying question, meaning it has to be true for me to answer truthfully. If it was fake, then, then my answer just doesn't really mean much, okay? In fact, how about this? I'm not even going to say the name of the person. Here's what I'm going to say. An anonymous tipper asked the following. So-and-so said on stream the other day, it is unfair and disrespectful to put the burden on your fans to pay your bills. He said 95% or more of your revenue should be from sponsorships and ad money and not from direct donations from fans, as is never reliable or dependable. It puts the onus on making fans give money for wrong reasons. Do you agree, or do you wish you weren't so dependent on people's generosity?
I would probably, I don't know, should is a weird term, but like my livelihood is almost entirely dependent on sponsorships and ads. Like I said, the live stream is not really, it's not profitable. So we do this because I enjoy it and I love it. And super chats and stuff goes into the coffers to pay the editors and stuff that work on the live stream clips and all of that. But, and I greatly appreciate all of that. Don't get it twisted. But yeah, I'm much more comfortable with that than being like, well, guys, if we don't have so many super chats by the end of today, then I will starve and I will have to kill my cat to eat him. Like, it just, so I would guess saying it like you shouldn't or you should do X or Y is always weird, but I can totally understand what that person's referencing.
Okay. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely. A smaller streamer won't have sponsorships, but still want to make a career out of it. Yeah, when you're a smaller streamer, if you're like, the hope would be that you're not super toxic like this. Yeah, the hope would be that you're just like, thank you guys for the contributions. But also when you're a small streamer, you're usually not dependent on streaming for your livelihood, which is why you're a small streamer. When you're a big streamer, you are, because that's your full-time job. But when you're a smaller streamer, usually it's you're working a job and then you also are doing this. Like, honestly, if DSP had another job on the side and that's what he was doing for his living, and then streaming was just his side hustle, I think people would respect it a lot more and would stop making fun of him because he wouldn't have to e-beg so much. Like, I think that would be the biggest thing.
Say who he's claiming said it, because I don't even know if it's true this person said it or not. Okay? All right? Now, I can come at this from two different directions. I can come at this from a direction of over 10 years ago when I was very popular on YouTube. I made my entire living on ad revenue because I was able to do so. And now I can tell you from today's perspective. Okay? From someone 10 years ago who made a living solely on ad revenue on YouTube and was able to do that. That was a great time because you're absolutely right. I didn't have to ask anyone for anything. I literally felt like I was 100% in control of the situation at all moments. I could play any game I wanted. I could do whatever I wanted. The views would come in, the money would come in, and everything was great, right? At that time, did I ask anyone for anything? No. Didn't have crowdfunding. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. It was literally just watch the videos, please, and the ad revenue is a...
Funnily enough, he actually got his AdSense account banned, so he can't sign up for an AdSense account on YouTube, which is why he can't post videos making money there, because he, in videos, said, please click on my ads on the videos, please, which you can't do. And I'm not saying that you should do that for my stuff, to be very clear. Like, I'm just glad you're watching. But he, way back in like 2011 or something, said, please click on my ads on the videos, which is against TOS. You can't do that. And so he got demonetized. That, like, the whole thing just shut down from there. And which is like a big no-no. Like, you just can't do it. It's like you're asking people to, like, and then he would do other things where he would be like, if you could please engage with advertisements. Like, that's also a big no-no. So, like, he was trying to basically scam AdSense out of more money, which is why he got it deleted. And, you know, that's just not how that works. You can't do that. That's not okay. It's just funny that he's referencing all this. But honestly, I would respect, or I understand the argument that's being made of, like, you should not be so reliant on tips and donations and stuff. You should try to make more money from other ventures which are more stable, at least. But I mean, he doesn't have an answer to that. How do you answer that when your entire livelihood is dependent on people sending donations and stuff? Like, you can't answer it. There's nothing to say. It's just, well, you know, it's like not much you can say, because if you agree, then you're like, yeah, my livelihood is unethical or is illegitimate or whatever, and so you can't do that. But then if you disagree, you have to find some way to justify it, which there's not really a great way to justify it. So it's just, yeah, it's the whole thing. Pretty aight. As a creator, do you ever worry about going back to a traditional job? I wonder what it's like being a public figure like that, starting a 9 to 5 again. I mean, I've thought about it. I've always wondered, like, does something happen with YouTube? Does YouTube go and they're like, they start making Twitch-like decisions where they just decide, hey, we're capping all ad revenue for individual creators at this level. So all of a sudden I can't pay for my employees. I can't do this or that. I've wondered about stuff like that. You know, do I wake up one day and I just, like, I don't know what it would be. Like, I don't know, just something happen that just causes everything to fall apart. You know, do I get sick and I lose my voice and I can't talk anymore? Do I suffer some accident where my face melts and I can't do videos like I used to? Like, I've wondered what that would all be like. And I think that there's not a great answer to it. You're just kind of like, it's scary, but you're at the whims of the YouTube algorithm, and you're just trying to figure out what to. There's no clear answer. It's just we're floating through life hoping that nothing bad happens that's out of our control. But that's what everybody does. Like, if you're working a 9 to 5 job at some company, you're hoping they don't get downsized. That's the same stress that a content creator has, that they don't deal with some cancellation, or that they don't get sued by some crazy person or whatever. Like, that, there's always a concern. So my goal is just, while things are good, to save and invest money so that eventually, I mean, hopefully in just a few years, we have enough money saved up and invested into stuff that generates revenue and cash flow, that the YouTube thing is not actually the bread and butter. Like, that would be the hope, is that eventually I can just do this because I love it, not because it's the money making venture. Eventually it's like, oh, well, no, I make all my money from investments I do, like real estate deals. YouTube I just do because I love it. That's what I would like to do. That's what I'm doing with the live streaming. I don't really make, like, in terms of profit, I don't make a profit on the live stream. I do this because I love it and I enjoy hanging out with you guys. And one day, maybe the main YouTube channel will be the same way. I'll be like, yeah, no, I just do this because I enjoy it. That's what I would like. The pressure and weight that would lift if we got to that point, oh, baby. That applies in YouTube and elsewhere. My best jobs have been from previous connections I made. Let's see. Always the biggest rebuttal when somebody says YouTube is a silly job. Every executive's job is to make you eventually redundant. Yeah. I think at the end of the day, no job is secure. Anything can happen. We can try to prepare to have some plan in case, but besides that, it is what it is. Yeah, Nell, and like even I mentioned this the other day. My grandfather was very, very wealthy back in like the 80s. And he was a lawyer in Denver and he made good money, owned a bunch of apartment buildings. You know, he was doing very, very well for himself. And then eventually Black Monday hit. He lost everything. And now, like, for the last 10 years, he's worked as like a cashier at a grocery store. Like, he's done very minimal stuff. He doesn't have savings. He has Social Security and that's it. You know, he went from multimillionaire to losing everything. And, you know, he owned real estate. He had all this stuff. And there was a lot that he did wrong, which is why he lost everything. You know, if he had done things differently, he would not have lost everything. But that can happen even to very, very wealthy people if you're not careful. So my whole goal is to try and secure my future, a future for my kids so that they are supported in what they want to do. I want to be able to pay for my kids to go to college, you know, without having the burden of student loans and things. That would be great. Or at the very least to pursue whatever they're passionate about, you know. Like those are my goals right now. Let's see. Eric, I wanted to start trading and investing, but I just don't know. I just don't understand it. I made an account at a trading site here in Norway, but only tried with like 100 USD right now to test. Yeah, and that's totally a great place to start. Just start experimenting a little bit. The best way to do it, read The Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham. There's no other guide you need. There's no shortcut to wealth. There's no stupid BS through some TikTok, Discord strategy, whatever. Just read The Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham. It's what Warren Buffett says changed his life forever. It's the book that his entire trading strategy is based on. And he is one of the wealthiest people in the world, started from nothing in Omaha, Nebraska. So read The Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham. It just breaks down how you evaluate companies and choose what to invest in. It's brilliant. And if you read that book, you understand it and you start trading based on it and you are patient and disciplined, you will be wealthy in the future. Like, you will be. It's not a question. It's just a mathematical reality. Yeah, Nell, we actually are working on a studio space. We are working on a studio space. So the finance channel will probably kick off hopefully August at the latest is my hope. But yeah, we are working on that. So yeah. That's a whole thing. And for some reason now I don't have audio. That's great. Love that for us. Love that. Full range. Da, 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 da. Full screen. Let's do borderless. Let's try that. Try to get this working. Is Nikki still planning on streaming? Yeah, she was just talking about it yesterday. I think obviously with the baby coming, she kind of had a handful of things that kind of distracted her for a bit, justly so. But she's been very interested in it, and yeah, she definitely wants to get into it. So I think we will see her stream sometime soon. That's the hope, at least. But I've helped her get everything set up. It's just a matter of when she feels ready and comfy to try it. That's when she'll do it. So I'll let everybody know. She also was asking me, like, maybe don't share it to everybody. You know, maybe let me just stream to nobody for a little while to get comfy. And I'm like, whatever you want. I won't blast your stream out there if you're not wanting people to see it, you know. I'll relax. Get Nikki to play Hogwarts Magic Awakened with us in retro. Oh yeah, she probably would do that. She probably would. I saw Retro was doing some videos on it. I feel like that's the most human. I don't really care what he looks like. No, skip the tutorial, select the system, Stanton system, select location. Area 18's good. New Babbage is fine. Lorville, I didn't like starting on this one. And then Orison, that's fine. High above the clouds, built on military constructed lattice work of inhabitable. Maybe. I wish YouTube would innovate more on their streaming scene. It could really kill off Twitch. It could. They just have gotten so tied up in YouTube Shorts. All of their effort has gone into that. It's crazy. Like, they've completely ignored the streaming side of things for the last few months. And it's too bad, because you're right. They could just stomp them out. Let's go here. I don't know why we are having trouble with audio. There was a Windows update and it lost like all of my audio settings, everything. It was really, really weird. Did you guys have that with like a recent Windows update? It just like, I had all of these specifically labeled and set up, and all of them went out. Optical out, and then this one is SEP out. It's just like super annoying because it was all labeled very clearly, and then like even now it doesn't update. Oh, super annoying. Ever play any Rainbow Six, Luke? I have tried and I suck at it. And funnily enough, like, people are not super shocker. People are not super supportive of noobs, I have learned in the Rainbow Six community. They don't love them. So I've not had a lot of reason to go back. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be completely real with you. Let me see, does this picture-in-picture work?
Up, and I want to
oh god,
talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. If you don't like me, you get to watch me beat myself up for about 10 minutes, so enjoy that. If you do like me, well, welcome. I want to talk about yesterday's Starfield video because it went completely south, and I don't want to act like I'm above any criticism because I certainly got this one
I don't know what this is,
and I want to explain what's going on. And I also, this was just a good opportunity to kind of talk mano a mano, which I feel like we don't get to do as often as we used to because the industry is going a mile a minute, and certainly I am too. I'll touch on that a little bit for today's video, but I don't want to make any excuses. I definitely got yesterday's video completely wrong in how I framed it, presented it, handled it.
The Starfield latest... Hold on, the Starfield leak situation is out of control. What's the drama? I don't know.
And I don't want to make excuses. It's my bad, and I apologize for that. So for that, I want to just get into kind of how the sauce is made and what went wrong there. And for those who didn't catch the video, they can get the 411 here on what's happening. So pretty much what happened was yesterday's video about Starfield was on a plethora of leaks that have happened that we've actually covered on the channel before, dating back to 2018 about Starfield, you know, gameplay details. And
he did bad clickbait, which is what this video is about. Basically, every channel did a Starfield leaked titled video, but it was just about confirming things leaked months ago. Oh, okay. I mean, I guess the title, the leaks are getting out of control. I don't, doesn't seem that far out of left field for Starfield speculation videos. I guess I'm just used to it.
And what I was doing was kind of creating this timeline of what was right, what was wrong, what leaks were built off of old leaks that actually may be real, and kind of framing this perspective of based off a Reddit thread that was getting a lot of traction. Hey, no one really knows for sure, and that's kind of a good thing because Fallout 4 suffered from a ton of leaks. And based off what I read in the comments, which absolutely were giving me a massive smack on the ass, a lot of people were not disappointed with the content itself, which is good to see. It was more so like, hey, the way you framed this sucks, Maddie. And I totally hear that. Normally when this happens, which it doesn't happen often anymore, there was a stretch of time last year where I felt...
Okay, now I'm really curious. Now, like, because I guess I just don't understand what the big drama is. So he made a video about Starfield, and the Starfield video was not, or like it was confirming leaks that were already confirmed or something. Like, I guess I'm missing something.
Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, and finally the day has come. The retroactive leak inspection for Starfield. Every single Bethesda Game Studios game, this happens. We get the big reveal, like the Starfield Direct, and then we go back to the old leaks and we go, oh, that was kind of true. That was definitely false. And that was really true. Wait, what else do they know? And so here we are today, combing through it all, going back to even 2018 and seeing what was real and what was fake. And effectively what this video is a lot of cleanup work. We don't necessarily have brand new details or spoilers for you, thank goodness, I would say. What we have here is a lot of cleanup work on misinformation versus accurate information. And the moral of this story is going to be, don't believe everything you read on the internet, children. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, if you're new here, you're into Starfield news, information, discussion, speculation, all that great stuff, consider subscribing.
I mean, so far I would just say I think that the title is not super accurate. The Starfield leak situation is getting out of control. I just think the title is bad. It's sponsored. That also makes it seem bad. Like, yeah. Maddie's addiction to putting out of control in his vid titles is getting out of control. Yeah, I think it's actually something interesting I've noticed on my videos too, and maybe you guys have noticed this too. Where in my experience, the gaming industry, especially the more like mature side of the gaming industry, they are getting fed up with clickbait. And like, so that's why the Mr. Beast style of clickbait might work for some creators. It does not work for a lot of more mature gamers. It just doesn't. It actually turns us off. And so I found that like my titling and my stuff that I've been doing recently actually works much better and gets better click-through rates, where I'm just like, this is what the video is about. This is my conclusion. Like, you'll notice I'm like, were we too hard on Forspoken? And then in the title, no, we were not. And that's the title and thumbnail. And according to like the Mr. Beast, I guess, formula of content, that is not the way to do it. That is like a poorly optimized way of doing it. That is going to get poor click-through rates because it's not intriguing enough. It doesn't bait the viewer enough. But for me and my audience, it does way better than if I try to clickbait something, put emojis in it, gone sexual, oh my gosh, big crazy face. That just doesn't work. So I just think that we are at a point where the audience has outgrown the clickbait in large ways. So I guess the drama is just, quote unquote drama, it's just that the title was poor, made it seem like these leaks are getting out of control. There's so many. And then it's basically just like, okay, we're going to run through a collection of leaks that already happened and talk about whether they're accurate or not. And at that point, it's just like, okay, it's just poor titling. I had that happen a few times with that company I hired to edit videos. They worked with Tim the Tap Man and some other people, and they were titling some stuff for me and creating thumbnails and things. And I didn't like how they turned out, but I was like, okay, you guys know what you're doing. Clearly you've had lots of success with the other creators you've helped with this. So good on you. I'll trust you. And it ended up just not working. Like, it was just bad. It just didn't work. And my audience was like, what is this? We don't like this. Stop it. Just stop it. And they were totally right to say that. And it's because, like, for younger audiences who are like, 12, 13, 14, 15 years old, some styles of clickbait works. And then for other people, it just doesn't. And yeah, it's just, I think that this is all just, yeah, the title was poor and the thumbnail's poor. If Maddie had redone the title and thumbnail, it probably wouldn't have run into any of this trouble. But we've all been there. I mean, hopefully the audience is not so petty as to like get really, really upset about something like that. Because it's really not a big deal. It's like, yeah, it's an oopsie, but he listened to the feedback and we'll do better in the future. It just wasn't a super accurate title, so fair enough. We'll do better. You know, doesn't have to be that crazy. Yeah, walking around in town, no idea where I'm going. You're damn right. I've never actually been here, so I'm just taking in the sights. This, by the way, for everybody in chat who's wondering, this is Star Citizen. So this is the game that Starfield's ripping off. So upset comments coming in 3, 2, 1. So yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I was hoping this was like a video tackling something else with Starfield, but I guess not. I guess not. Is there anything else? Is there anything else going on? The day before, even worse than we thought. Oh no, is it getting worse? We looked at that trailer they dropped, and that was pretty bad.
Previous installment of What on Earth is Going On with the Day Before, we discussed how the game's at the time newly released trailer revealed the developer's use of unaltered, straight from the store bought assets plopped into the world, showcased a real lack.
Which again, I thought was a really stupid reason to be upset about the game. Like, there's so many warning signs with the Day Before. You don't need to be stressed. What is this guy doing? You don't need to be too stressed about using store assets. Like, I think that's a really dumb thing to freak out about. It's really not that big of a deal. Every game does it. Usually, sure, they'll put some extra coats of paint and stuff on it, but I think there's plenty of other reasons to be upset with the game.
Lack of any notable mechanic, systems, features, or enemies in the game. There just wasn't much of anything going on, and that the intro to that trailer was clearly a shot-for-shot, one-for-one identical ripoff of a Call of Duty Black Ops.
Yeah, that one is like completely indefensible. If you guys are not aware, the Day Before launched a trailer, and it is a shot-for-shot ripoff. Like, it is a shot-for-shot, down to the frame ripoff of Call of Duty Black Ops. And a trailer they did for that. It was just hilariously horrible. It was amazing. It was amazing.
Ops trailer, continuing the developer's tradition of heavily inspired to the point of possible infringement, those just added to the top of the growing list of red flags surrounding.
What I don't understand, like, I think it would have been easier for them to just make their own trailer. Like, doing a shot-for-shot remake of something is actually pretty tricky. Like, getting the camera angles perfect, doing all of that. It's not easy to just do that, but they went in and like shot for shot copied it. I think it would have been easier to just do their own trailer. It was hilarious.
In the game, with things like the fact that the developer's history includes not one but 2 early access games that they abandoned shortly after release, them delaying the Day Before 1 month out from their launches, not once but 2 times. They did this twice. First, reportedly because they wanted to upgrade to Unreal Engine 5, despite the fact that the game's visuals have clearly degraded over time. And the second last-minute delay happened because of a trademark dispute. A dispute that they claimed not knowing about ahead of time, resulting in Valve removing the Day Before from Steam, after which the developer announced an 8-month delay. We later on discovered, since the trademark process is public record, that Fantastic absolutely knew that there was an issue, likely back in August of last year, if not at the latest in November, when they were sent a notice that the trademark was not approved. And then just a few days after all of that happened, Fantastic came out speaking to IGN and said that they were actually planning to delay the game prior to this trademark issue, which meant that their entire statement, being that the delay was happening because of this trademark thing that they just found out about and they were completely blindsided by, was just a lie. They had just lied about it. And then shortly after that, the 10-minute gameplay trailer, along with a few others, were subsequently removed from YouTube due to trademark issues. It is honestly exhausting trying to keep up with everything that surrounds the day before, but I do so, frankly, because, well, I mean, man, what a story, but also what a disappointment from what at one time was Steam's most wish-listed game to the mess of everything.
I don't know. I'm starting to really wonder if they paid like bots or something to wish list the game. Because everybody was like, oh, no, it's going to be great. It's the most wish-listed game of all time on Steam. It's like, people are so excited for it. But I had never talked to anybody that was actually really excited for it. It was always people said, I just found out about this game that's the most wish-listed game on Steam. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if it was actually like bots that were used for it. Like I would not be shocked whatsoever. And after everything we've seen recently, it seems more and more likely that the hype was never actually that high for this thing, you know? Have you heard about rumors surrounding CitizenCon, something big coming? I've not been following any rumors or anything surrounding that. I mean, if they have something big to reveal, awesome. But at this point, I've learned with Star Citizen that if there's something really, really cool that you're excited for, you just need to be prepared to wait like 3 years before you actually get a version of it that's playable and doesn't break the game. So, cautious is what I would say. Am I going to CitizenCon? No, I'm not. At least not this year. Maybe next year. I figure with a baby, it doesn't really make sense. But I'd be happy to go check it out next year. Next year we'll go to like Summer Games Fest. We'll go hopefully to VidCon. We'll do all of that stuff. It'll be super fun.
That's happened since then. So that was everything basically as of early February when we released our last day before video. And there have been a few updates since, which we'll get to right after this. Today's video is sponsored by Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community.
Oh yeah, unironically, Skillshare is actually really cool. I actually was sponsored by Skillshare myself back in the day. And I use them to learn how to use, like how to go in and do a bunch of custom After Effects editing and all sorts of stuff. So I love me some Skillshare. Shout out. Yeah, and Force Gaming, if you're interested in supporting him, go do that. This is the spaceport, right? Am I crazy? Shuttle arriving, and this is the Cloudview Center. No, that's taking me to the Cloudview Center. Tourism platform. Oh, dude, I'm so bad at navigating these places.
Nice. If you'd like to check out Skillshare for yourself, the first 1,000 people to use the link in the description below will get a 1-month free Skillshare trial. Shortly after that last bit of coverage, on February 12th, Fntastic released a statement on Twitter that was addressing the removal from Steam, as well as the fact that some of their videos were taken off of YouTube. The statement reads as follows. First, Steam and then YouTube removed some of the day before videos from our channel due to a trademark dispute. 3 facts. 1, the so-called owner of the rights of the title is the creator of the calendar app, which has nothing to do with the game's category. They are correct in that the trademark for the day before is related to a calendar app and not a video game. I don't understand the point of calling them a so-called owner because they are not the so-called owner of the day before trademark. They are the owner of the day before trademark, all of which is publicly available information, which we'll recap here in a second. Fact number 2. After we announced the game in 2021, he also wanted to take over the title and filed the trademark ahead of us. This fact is also accurate, although it conveniently leaves out the fact that they waited a year after revealing the game to even send in the application for trademark for the name the day before. So it's not like it took much to beat them to the punch. And fact number 3, he ambiguously offers to contact him to discuss something, but what? What? And they wrap it up by saying, we'll fight, power is in the truth. Beyond the last part of that statement, they do obviously are focused on this whole trademark issue, the trademark debate, because this is what are causing the biggest issue for the day before at the moment. It's the reason a lot of their videos have been pulled from YouTube. It's also the reason the game no longer has a Steam page and apparently won't anytime in the near future because this is still an ongoing issue. So this is the trademark history. And again, keep in mind, All of this information publicly available. I can give you guys links in the description below if you want to check it out for yourself. But this is the timeline of the trademark filing for the day before. So we know that Fntastic, they revealed that game with that first initial trailer. This was back in January 2021. At that time, the name was free and available for trademark, but they didn't apply for it for whatever reason. Then in June 2021, 6 months after the game gets revealed, Soon-Jae Lee files a trademark application for the day before, and this was to be used for a calendar app that they had made, just basically like keeping track of things, birthdays, appointments, stuff like that. It's just a calendar app, right? But it's called the day before. They file trademark for this. Then in January 2022, Fntastic finally submits.
Dude, this whole thing, everything about the day before is just a mess. Like everything about it. There isn't a single redeeming factor. And I've tried to come up with it. I've tried to find it. Like, okay, there's actually, this could be really good because I saw that they hired this person that really knows what they're doing. Nope. There's not a single thing like that. Every little piece of information about this game that you find out about just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Oh man, it's a mess. Yeah, I'm sad. I lost all my ships when they did that wipe for 318. It's a big bummer because I had the 890 jump, I had all that stuff, but you know, it was because viewers they sent me like all sorts of stuff. It was just, I was very, very, very spoiled, to be completely transparent.
Their application for trademark for the day before. This was 7 months after Soon-Jae Lee did the trademark for their calendar app, and again, a full year after they revealed their game. So in August 2022, Soon-Jae Lee trademark was then at that point published for opposition, which from what I understand, this basically means this was the time where Fntastic were notified, could and should have stepped in to say, hey, no, we want that trademark. We've got this game. It's got a ton of views on, you know, it's got a page on Steam. It's got a ton of views on YouTube. Apparently, and as they said, they didn't know anything and they didn't do anything because come November 2022, the opposition window closes. Time had passed and Soon-Jae Lee's trademark for the day before at that point gets approved. It is official. It is on the books. The day before belongs to Soon-Jae Lee. In that same month, in November, according to the official U.S. Patent and Trademark Office records, which again, it's all publicly available. You can look this stuff up yourself. Fntastic at that point received an action notice that their trademark would not be going through. Basically, that their application for that name was being denied. They say that they didn't find out about the trademark issue until January 2023, but according to the official public trademark records, they should have known that there was a problem as of August 2022 when that notice of opposition for trademark got published. But even if they didn't know then, they absolutely found out and should have known in November that their trademark wasn't being processed because the day before was already owned by someone
What's
else.
the button to change view again?
Publicly available info. Them coming out and like doubling down with this Twitter statement as well as with discussions in various interviews, like that interview with IGN saying, oh no, we didn't know about the trademark issue until right before we were supposed to launch, and then Steam took our game off of their store, and then YouTube took our videos down, and we get this, oh god, oh, this is terrible. We had no, they knew. They absolutely knew. They're either lying about knowing and are just using this as a convenient excuse to delay a game that most likely isn't ready from all accounts, from everything we've seen. It doesn't look like a finished product yet. They probably need more time, which doesn't surprise me. Or if they're not lying about all of this, then that means they filed for trademark for the day before and then just didn't follow up on anything and somehow missed all of the official warnings and documentation that they got sent, that we know they got sent through the trademark application process. Either one of these, whether it is that they are lying and using this as a convenient excuse to delay the game because they need more time, seems highly likely, or that they filed for trademark and just like said, well, that's it, right? We filed and it must be ours, and just didn't pay attention to any of the other documentation, notices, whatever. Either one of those things, not a particularly great look for the developer or a good outlook for the game. As of today, this issue...
For real. Omar, as an IP attorney, I file a lot of trademarks, and I did the same USPTO search when they first said they didn't know. He is absolutely correct. Either they don't, or their attorney somehow dropped the ball altogether. Yeah, well, to me, like, we know for a fact most of the game is being built by volunteers. We know that. because they've sent out hiring calls and stuff, asking people to apply to voluntarily build this game for them. Do all of the work and share none of the profits, basically. And it's just outrageous. It's like ridiculous. But we know that that's the case. And so then it's like, okay, so what's most likely? That they like chose not to renew this, or that it was a built-in excuse, or their attorney screwed up, or they don't have an attorney. They only recently got one when they realized, hey, we probably need a trademark for our game's title. We probably need to do that because we launch in a month. And it's just like 3 or 4 guys that are trying to do this, throw this game together, sell it for a quick buck, and then they realize that they couldn't. I don't know. I've never tried to list something on Steam, but maybe it's the case that you can't like list a game on Steam until you have a trademark that you can demonstrate is yours. And so then they were like, oh, well, crap, we can't really scam people and quickly get our paycheck until we have this running. Okay, well, we got to figure that out. We got to do something. Let's try to get a friggin' trademark registered. Let's do it, you know? Let's go here. So to me, it seems much more likely that they just are totally incompetent and have no idea what they're doing. That to me seems much more reasonable.
Still hasn't been resolved, or it has, I guess. The Day Before trademark is currently still belonging to Soonjae Lee for the calendar app that they are making. The Day Before game has still not returned to Steam, and those YouTube videos that got pulled for trademark disputes have still not been reinstated. Ffantastic has came out and stated that, yeah, we're working on this. We got like top 8 #1 lawyers that are going to fix this problem. The truth will prevail, or as they said in their Twitter statement, we'll fight. Power is in the truth. The truth is, you revealed your game, you waited a full year to trademark, someone else trademarked for another thing, and so having all this freely available and them having, again, doubling down, like, no, we had no clue. What? How, that trademark? What is that? We filed for it, but we don't understand. Hire someone who does, I guess, and I hope that they resolve this. Or the other thing is change the name of the game. The Day Before isn't even a particularly great name. Just change the name of the game if this isn't going to work. Or maybe they don't want to because, again, they could just be using this as a convenient...
Yeah, I don't think this game is real. Like, I don't think it's real. Huge companies get hundreds of millions of dollars with tens of hundreds of developers and they can't deliver on a project. Yeah, I mean, it happens. Like, it's tough to deliver a game. But I cannot think of another example of a game where there is like no doubt they are working through volunteers. Nobody here has shipped a game before. The company is totally new. Like I don't think there is another example of that. This is totally new. This is a bizarre situation. This, by the way, guys, this is what's so cool about Star Citizen. You saw that I just flew from one planet to another. Where to go? From that planet over here, seamlessly, from planet surface down to this. And now I can land wherever. Like if I want to go land on this mountain, and I'm just going to show you as like a little demonstration of what we were talking about. Of why I think that the no vehicles thing is a big deal. Okay, so we kind of come to a stop. There we go. We're going to drop a little. And gently down we go. Okay, then we can turn off the engines just to be safe. And then we're going to get out. Or was it R? No, it's Y. I remember. Mambo. It's been a minute. And then we can just get out. Yeah, Luke fighting cruise control again. Dude, for real. It's been a good amount of time since I explored the Star Citizen verse. But like in this, so I don't have one, but you can go and get like rovers and stuff if you want, or you can just run around on foot. But in like something like No Man, or rather Starfield, if you wanted to run around a place like this planet, you'd have to run around on foot, running over to that hill, or if you looked over there, you want to go to that mountain. If you want to go there, you have to run that way. Oh my god, why won't he just turn? Jeez, dude. What control thing is it a bug? Why is the view not rotating with him? If I hold down just W, he runs this way. Then I turn the view. Do I have a button, like a perspective shift that isn't updating? What did I do? Is it Z? Okay, Z is independent look. I turn Z off. But even now, it doesn't work right. Stop it. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. Is your camera snapping back? No, it's not. And then like here, I'm holding down W. He runs angled the wrong way, and I can move the head around. I press Z again. I can hold down Z, and I can adjust the camera. But same thing, like if I am trying to move my mouse cursor to rotate his field of view, it doesn't rotate. And the like first person view, it's even worse. I'm looking this way, holding down W makes me walk this way. It's really weird. I think it's an inspection bug, because when I pulled up the inventory, it started doing it. Maybe if I close that out. I think it's a bug. And just like Bethesda games, it's quite buggy. Oh my god. Z, toggle your look around. That's what I'm doing, but it's just bugged. So I press it again, and then you see it it'll reset it. But again, I can't control my field of view. If I hold down Z, I can recenter it and I can move it, but it doesn't change the view so that my movement changes. Like holding down W only runs this direction. So if I want to get back to my ship, I have to run this way. I have to walk backwards and to the right. That's funny, dude. Yeah, try F1 might reset the camera. Nope. Well, Alt F4 gang. Yep. So press C, hold F to inspect the med pen. Oh. Nope. Dude, it's just bugged. It only happened when I got out of the ship, so I guess I just have to work my way back. Oh well. Oh well. But hey, we have in-planet flight. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's just Star Citizen is one of these games where you're just constantly wrestling with the bugs. But if you can get past that, it's actually pretty fun. Press Z. Yeah, we tried that. It's just bugged. Z is the toggle for look around view. Yeah, when you press it, it just doesn't do anything. You can hold it down and you can adjust the view, but it doesn't ever snap back out of this mode to go back into the regular view where you can alter the character's rotation. So, and then if you go full like first person mode like this, it doesn't actually change it. If you press Z, it just recenters you forward, but you still can't rotate and walk that way. You see? So like I'm looking that way, but he runs this direction for some reason. So it's just a little bugged. It's a little bugged. But we're going to try to get into the ship and do that. Go that way. Okay, now how do I get into a ship backwards? Oh god. This is disorienting. Oh. I don't think you guys understand how weirdly difficult this is. The angle is not aligned, and we're on mouse and keyboard, so we can't even use a joystick. Okay. Close the door. Sit in the pilot seat. Did we do it? Hey, okay. Are you sold on Star Citizen yet? Are you sold? Was that not so impressive? Oh God, dude. Sometimes, you know, sometimes they make it a little difficult. I'll give them that. Oh yeah, I have my lasers. Anyway, so yeah, that's the whole thing. But the point is, in Starfield, you can't just hop in your ship and fly this way. Like, you see how I can just fly along the planet? Oh, I'll go over here past this mountain. You can't do any of this. It's not a thing. First time I've seen that. You know, I have a talent for finding weird bugs in Star Citizen. I don't know why. I have a talent for it. It's a gift, really. It's a gift. But okay, let's spool to somewhere else. Gonna have to get up and out. Anyway, played for hours, new update with no major issues. That's what I've heard, is that it's been patched largely and it's working way better than 3.18 did right at launch. So that's always good to hear, but it definitely is having some troubles for me. Just try to get out of Dodge a little bit. Don't have to do like a big trip plan. Anyway. Yeah, it's like a whole thing. So yeah, the whole thing with the day before just seems to me like one massive joke. It's the same thing with Abandoned. I think it was probably a collection of guys that got together and were like, hey, let's make a video game. And then they started working on it. They got some friends to volunteer. They kind of grinded it out for a little bit. And then they got to the point where they're like, oh, we actually kind of need to release this because people are talking about it. Did I not? Hold on. So did I not close the door? No, I did close the door. Are you going to buy the big ship again? To be clear, I got the big ship because when I played this last time, a bunch of people came in when I added them to my party and stuff, and they just started sending me a bunch of in-game money. It was very generous of them, but it made it so like, okay, I have all this in-game money that's going to go away once the update comes and wipes it. So I need to find a way to spend it. And the only thing that I could really spend it on were huge ships. So I got like the C2 and I got the 890 jump and all that. And it worked. It was fun. It was a good time, but I don't think I would get the same thing again. I mean, if people send me a bunch of money for doing a video on it or something, like specifically a bunch of in-game money to do something with, then for a video, sure, we'll find something funny to do. We'll get a big ship or have another space funeral or something. Do they not maintain money anymore? In-game money that you make in money or like in-game doesn't generate. It doesn't stay. However, if you pay like real world money for a ship or for money or whatever, then that will stay. This really makes you appreciate how big these planets are. Yeah, as for like how big Starfield's planets will be, I don't know if they'll be the same size, frankly. I feel like this is a pretty good size for an in-game planet. You know, like this gets the job done. It's technically probably a dwarf. It's not huge. This one's much bigger, but also not huge. Let's see. Looks like they still have not fixed the UI. It's still pretty poopy. Arc core. Let's go. And voila. There we go. Taking off. That's moon planets are bigger. Yeah. Star Citizen planets are 1/6 the ratio. That seems about right. Still plenty big. Plenty big. Maybe Star Citizen and Elder Scrolls 6 released at the same time will probably provide true comparison of quality. I mean, it's cool just to see a lot of the features in something like Star Citizen are prototype features, and they're versions of in-game systems that they're working on that are certainly not release ready. So you're seeing kind of like a work in progress. Whereas for a lot of other studios, you wouldn't see this stuff until much, much later in development. Yeah, once they start actually advertising stuff. Fix your in-game audio. I don't think I can until I reboot entirely. This happens every once in a while with Star Citizen where it just doesn't send audio to my devices. It's weird. All of my audio stuff is turned on and it just doesn't play audio. This has happened a handful of times with Star Citizen. I don't know why. So replug my headphones. Oh no, everything's routed out to the Go XLR, and then the XLR routes out to a separate audio kind of routing interface. So it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Okay. I don't see anything. Okay. I don't know. But this is, because Star Citizen, I think the term is a hard space simulator, I think is what it's called. Because like hard space simulator is one where it's like much more realistic. They have actual distance between planets that's realistic. It takes a long amount of time to travel between places. And then a soft space sim is one where it's a little more video gamified. It's not as hardcore, basically. And Star Citizen is like a hard space sim, whereas something like Starfield or even No Man's Sky to a certain extent would be considered a soft space sim where it's just much more relaxed. Buy and fly the alien ships. Yeah, dude, those things are cool. I'll let you know if Jay replies to me. Gucci. There you go. You got the million. You go buy a fighter. Yeah. No, I think I will go buy something. Performance required compares for somebody just starts this hardware benchmarks. Oh, Starfield versus. Okay, hold on. Well, I guess we're gonna have to wait a second for all of the chat to catch up. The hard sim is fine, just doesn't seem even half complete after all this time. It's just they have like. This is the definition of feature creep. It's just the age-old story.
If you are
with Star Citizen, so let's see.
Star Citizen fan, you're probably wondering, will you be able to run Starfield on your PC? When the disappointment news came out that Starfield is limited to 30 FPS on the Xbox Series X and S, I had to take a look at what that will indicate for PC players who will play the PC release. Will we have the same performance issues that is plaguing Star Citizen in Starfield? To set the stage, let's take a look at how Starfield actually performed on the Xbox showcase. In the demo, IGN was able to measure that Starfield dropped to 20 FPS during tight firefights.
And as I've said before, if it drops, like the footage you see in advertising campaigns and in like press conferences and stuff is the best of the best. Like that's the footage they chose to show you that looked the best. Like that is the best of the best. So if the best of the best still has frame drops down to the 20s in firefights, and that's what they chose to show you, that for me is a big red flag. It's also the reason why I thought Callisto Protocol was a big red flag. You guys remember, I was saying there's something off with that game. even in the best cutscenes and cinematics that they've shared that look really good, it still drops frames. It's really, really weird. It'll just drop 3-4 frames out of nowhere. And when the game launched, it had tons of problems with that. And some of them were better, after a couple of patches, but it still had tons of stutter, tons of dropped frames. And so when I see something like Starfield come out and it's also hitching and having problems like that, that also gets me pretty concerned.
According to IGN, their educated guess was that it's a GPU-bound moment due to the memory bandwidth. I would, however, argue that they're wrong, because the Xbox Series X hardware specs are equivalent to AMD Zen 2 chip, 8 cores running at 3.6 GHz when the SMT is on. A PC processor that will deliver comparable performance would be the Ryzen 3700X. And on the graphics card, the Series X uses a custom AMD R&D 2 GPU with 50 compute units running at 1.825 GHz. On the PC side, a graphics card like this would be the NVIDIA 3070 Ti. On the AMD side, it would actually be a GPU that's in between the RX 6700 XT and the RX 6800. And now we can see the problem. It's the CPU that is holding Starfield back. I know this for certain because the 3000 series just simply don't run that well in Star Citizen. Now, I know you might be saying Star Citizen and Starfield is slightly different, but if we can see the performance in Star Citizen and see the performance in Starfield with the Xbox Series X, we can simply deduct that they perform within the same range, because the performance of the 3700 in Star Citizen is actually within the range of Starfield. You get the dips into the 20s and the average between 30 to 40 FPS. If you are not convinced, take a look at the system requirements for Starfield. The system requirements are very similar to the PC version of the Xbox Series X, a 3600X rather than a 3700X. That is 2 less cores, and the RX 6800X. Essentially what Bethesda is recommending is a similar specs as the Series X, which simply means that the recommended specs is simply for running the game in 1440p at roughly 30 to 40 FPS on average, with the 1% low dipping into 20s.
God.
Well, you might say, shouldn't the recommended be for 60 FPS? Yes, most of the time it should be for 60 FPS, but think about the reason why this would be for 30 plus FPS. If it was at 60, then everybody will be complaining even louder why the Series X is not.
Oh God, dude. Recommended specs to run it at 1440p at 30 to 40. That's rough, dude. That hurts. Like that's pretty rough. 1440, I'd have 90 plus frames, but I like to go to 4K. Yeah. I don't know, man. That's getting to the point where I'm like, okay, they're just saying that it's not going to run very well. And we've said that it's probably a CPU bound game. There's no real shocker there. I just didn't expect it to be like that transparently rough.
Running at 60 FPS, when it has similar specifications as the recommended system specs for Starfield. After all, this is a Xbox flagship title positioned to acquire more users to buy the Xbox platform. So prediction number 1, Starfield's recommended PC specs just comes with the benefit that there is no frame cap, and you'll be seeing 30 to 40 FPS on average, with the 1% lows in the 20s. So if you have a G-Sync or FreeSync monitor, the performance.
Jeez, that's just so low, man.
Disco Cobra 2013 super chatted $20. So, just
thank you,
learned
my
from
friend.
my psychiatrist that I could have schizotypal personality disorder.
Schizotypal.
Alternate form of schizophrenia with personality disorders. I do tend to have odd ideas or strange thoughts in my head. Makes sense.
Schizotypal personality disorder? Just odd thoughts or strange ideas might make sense. Interesting. I don't think I've heard of that. Schizotypal personality disorder. Yeah. I don't think I'm familiar with that. I mean, my understanding is that, you know, talking with professionals about this and getting their advice and feedback on stuff is the best way to handle any sort of illness, mental or otherwise. So good on you for meeting with them and for trying to kind of decipher and figure out what's going on and what your situation is. But Godspeed. I mean, good luck with all that. That's wonderful. That they're working on it. And as for what that means, I mean, I'll just be transparent. I'm not familiar with that. I'm not sure what that is, but appreciate the 20. I mean, my goodness. I just don't know. But believe it or not, I am not a professional in the in the mental health business. It's just not my thing. If you're looking for the capital plan, look for the home play icon that's posted the diamonds. Nerd Rage or Neared Rage, thank you.
Neardridge super chatted $5.55. Hey Luke. Did you try to launch AC Black Flag after its latest update? Many players are not able to open the game on full screen mode. There are online threads regarding it.
Oh, really? No, I was not familiar with that. Oh no, dude, that same thing is starting to affect the ship piloting too, where it locks my view out. That's funny. Hydrogen fuel is low. That's tremendous. That's tremendous. I mean, this whole thing was just kind of about meant to dink around for a little bit, so I'm not too butthurt. Because we've been running into a handful of bugs since we popped in. But yeah, isn't this crazy though? You can just go land on a planet anywhere, fly around. Whole thing's procedurally generated. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. Yeah, there's just a lot that this game does that's very, very impressive. Anyway.
Performance will be much smoother than the Xbox Series X. So, moving on to analysis number 2. AMD is lying and anti-consumer. They bought the exclusive right to be Starfield's exclusive PC partner, and as such, they're locking out Bethesda from implementing Nvidia's DLSS, which is a superior upscaling technology. However, according to an early modder who got early access, they believe they're gonna be able to implement DLSS in Starfield through a mod. Taking a look at the recommended specs, it seems like something is at play. The recommendations shows inferior Nvidia GPUs up against AMD's GPUs. The 6800 XT is roughly 50% faster than the 2080. Why would the AMD recommended specs be much higher than the Nvidia ones? Well, I believe this is because AMD just want to show that quote-unquote Nvidia isn't performing as well as AMD by pairing a weaker GPU against a more powerful AMD GPU. After all, mainstream reviewers might actually pair both GPUs up against each other in their own benchmarking tests. Is this what Jack Hin, the Senior Vice President and General Manager for AMD, mean by we have worked hand in hand with Bethesda Game Studios to optimize Starfield? In other words, optimizing the recommended specs to make AMD's GPUs look more powerful compared to Nvidia's? Or are they self-admitting that the 6000...
I don't know, that's pretty conspiratorial. Maybe that's the case. It's no shocker that AMD is paying for exclusive rights. That's not that crazy. So I wouldn't be shocked at all if that's what's happening. If they're just coming in and saying, hey, yeah, no, we're going to pay you X amount of dollars to be able to be the official partner of Starfield. So like all of the trailers have AMD logos right in front of them. And like that to me is not that much of a shocker. That's pretty much par for the course, but maybe that is something more stunning or controversial. But to me, that's not that shocking. And again, I thought that was confirmed already. I didn't think that was a mind blower. And correction from here, Brian, the modder never got early access. I was gonna say, how did that make any sense that a modder already has the game? He said he'll be able to implement DLSS 3 within the early access September 1st to the 6th period, and then DLSS 2 later on, if needed. Is it that easy? Hopefully it is. I guess if he's already trying it in the creation engine and he's like, oh no, this totally works, we can do this, then he's probably pretty confident. But okay. He did it for RE4 remake. Oh really? Oh sweet. Might as well just add it. Yeah, again, it's just sucky to see that they're sacrificing performance and quality of life stuff like DLSS being featured in the game for a quick cash grab, especially coming from like Microsoft, the kings of revenue. Like they have all the money they need. It's kind of rich for them to be like, yeah, we're gonna screw over how good the game runs and how good it looks for that, especially on PC. Like it's not gonna affect your console performance. You know, it's not that big of a deal.
7800 XT will not perform that well, and as such, the 7000 series will not perform that well either. Well, I don't think so, especially when AMD partnered with Bethesda for this game. Therefore, ultimately, I think AMD is lying about Nvidia's recommended system specs. In reality, it should be much higher, like a decently overclocked 3070 Ti. And finally, they are being anti-consumer when it comes to locking out DLSS. Moving on to analysis number 3. What will be required to play Starfield in a comfortable 60 FPS? Just like Star Citizen, the 5800 X3D will be a very comparable CPU that can perform in the 60 to 70 FPS range, just like the way it performs in Star Citizen. And just like my other benchmarks, this CPU will also benefit from memory overclocking. You will see these benefits in the 1% lows and average. I know this because just like Star Citizen, Starfield requires an SSD to perform well. This is because Starfield uses a streaming tech which puts a lot of stress on the memory. Therefore, you need to have high bandwidth but also low latency for the game to run smoothly. Don't take my word for it, try to play Star Citizen with a hard drive. So even though Star Citizen and Starfield are two completely games, they share similar archetype in what they're trying to achieve. One, they both simulate background information. Starfield simulates it on your local machine, meanwhile Star Citizen simulates it on the servers and push it to your PC to finally unpack it. They both have persistent, meanwhile Star Citizen backs it up with their servers. Starfield has to obviously keep it on the local PC. They both use procedural tech that requires streaming from the SSD, which like I said before puts a lot of strain on the memory and CPU. They both use a form of subsumption AI, where NPCs can change their behavior based on what you have done to the game world. Most of this will be calculated in the future by Quanta, meanwhile Starfield is calculating this locally on your machine. But while the game archetypes are very similar,
I can't believe I get to stand near you, breathing the same air. I've got to have every molecule.
Star Citizen main difference here is that they tend to offload a lot of the simulations and calculations that are related to server-wide activities to the server. Meanwhile, obviously, Starfield is doing a lot of this work on the local machine.
The view is still broken.
Equally amount of resource intense. So what this means, if you want that over 90 FPS, you've been looking at having the 7800 X3, but also the Intel 1300K, fully tuned and fully overclocked. From all of this analysis, we can confidently conclude that Starfield will be very, very demanding, just like Star Citizen. And the advice you see on this channel in terms of overclocking and tuning your PC will be very, very much relevant to Starfield as well. So what this means for my channel is that I will start to include Starfield benchmark when the game gets released in September. The benefit of doing Starfield benchmarks is that I don't need to do 5 runs for Starfield because it's a single player game.
I mean, I think, again, everybody should just be braced for Starfield to run kind of poorly. It's not going to run great. It's not going to look that great. Like, I'm shocked that this is considered a hot take nowadays, but people are so crazy, stupid hyped for Starfield that they've just lost all sense of reality. It's like, guys, it's almost certainly, not guaranteed, but it's almost guaranteed. That's how likely it is that it just launches pretty buggy and broken. That's just what it is. Like, let's just accept it and move on and stop lying to ourselves. Like, we'll be much happier if we can all just agree that this is what's likely to happen and move on. It'll be okay. It's okay. But people are just so stupid hyped that they just cannot grasp it. It's painful. Lots of copium, yeah. Oh, dude, it's just, And the reason why I make all these videos about it is because I've been there. I know how heartbreaking it can be to see a game you're really excited for launch really broken and just not well put together, and it's just very disappointing. But it's just yeah, it's just, it is. You can lead a horse to water, you can't make them drink. And like, you can try to explain to people why it's not healthy to be super hyped for stuff, but they're still going to be hyped for it. Some people you might be able to talk off the cliff and you might be able to get it a little more level-headed, but I think in general people are going to go, they just like being excited, and that's okay, but you shouldn't be shocked when you get disappointed. I laugh at the people who freak out that it'll be running at 30 FPS rather than people who are super hyped for it. Yeah, it's two sides of the same coin. Like I said, it's really dumb. Like, there's a lot of weird things about Starfield, or reasons to hold off like hype and excitement for Starfield other than that. Like, the 30 FPS thing, I think, is the dumbest of the reasons. I understand some people are bummed, and if you are playing on console and you're like, hey, I don't want to play first person shooter game at 30, I totally get that. Totally justified. I don't blame you at all. But for people freaking out about it, I just think it's pretty stupid. Microsoft forced Bethesda to spend a whole year on Starfield just polishing, so I don't trust that it'll be completely broken. Well, yeah, they've delayed it. They've given them time to polish and refine. But it's also a huge, it's also a huge game. I mean, they're doing a lot more in this game than they've tried to do in previous games, so it's going to be tricky. You got Black Flag to launch on your end? I have not tried it.
Super
Let me see if I have it installed.
$5.55. You got Black Flag to launch on your end, tongue out.
Let me see. If I have it on like installed already, I can try launching it. Otherwise, we can try on Wednesday. Maybe we'll do a video on it. I think that would be good to discuss. Starfield isn't really a shooter, and unlike COD, you don't need fast reaction time, so 30 FPS is okay. Well, that's your opinion. For a lot of people, it's just first-person shooters, first-person games in general. Running at lower frame rates is disorienting and can make you motion sick. I'm one of those people where a first-person game at 30 FPS makes me motion sick. Like, I can't play a game long-term with that. So for me, playing Starfield on console is just not an option. It will make me motion sick at 30 FPS playing first person. I can go third person, but we've all tried Fallout 4 in third person, and everybody knows that's not a great way to play that game. So it just is what it is, you know? You know, just because for you the 30 FPS isn't a big deal doesn't mean that for everybody else it's going to be the same, you know? It's just everybody's a little different. That's okay. But listen, guys, we've been going about 4 hours. I just checked. I do not have the update installed or anything for Black Flag, so I will download that. Maybe Wednesday on stream, we'll try that and turn it into a video. I think we might do that. That could be fun. And it's also like 80 degrees in here, so I'm starting to sweat up a storm, and I need lunch. So I'm going to call it there. We're going to get back into the regular swing of things for the stream schedule, starting this week, so already. And as for main channel content, we posted a video this morning, deep dive, skeptical look at the Avatar game. So go check that out if you haven't already. But other than that, we'll be back Wednesday, back on the grind. Okay. So everybody stay safe out there. Much love. You guys are wonderful. I love you dearly. And we'll be back with another stream very, very soon. And then members only streams, all of that good stuff. So until then, hugs and kisses. Stay safe, everybody. Much love. Bye-bye.